All right, we are live with pre-chat for the America's Pacific members vidchat on July 14th, 2017. We're in pre-chat, folks. So I hope you can all see and hear me. So let me say hello to everybody. Tim H in Australia, Chime, Scorpio 58 in Norway, Freefall in Norway, or pardon me, Freefall in Australia, Blake Cosmos, Jeannie, Harvey's Barn, Busy Dealer, Kurt in Northern Ireland, Julia Triculia in, I think, Croatia. Okay, Nancy Farrar and Eudemonist June. I don't know where June is. She's been quiet. RB44, I think in the USA. Enrico, Base R, welcome to you. Ian K, a new member in the Soviet Socialist Republic of California. And Mate87 is joining us from Estonia. And then we have another newbie, the Wise Man. So let us know what country you're in, Wise Man. Anyway, here we are. Everybody's been asking about books. First of all, I want to let you know Walter Bosley's new book, Destination Carcosa, is out. This just came in the mail yesterday. It looks pretty good. I started reading it. I'm not too far, but it looks to be a very interesting book if you are following Walter's research. This is about Ambrose Bierce, a very interesting fellow. Another book I'm reading right now, this one I just saw one day and I decided I had to get it. It's called The Reporter Who Knew Too Much by Mark Shaw. It is about Dorothy Kilgallen, a lady that was quite well known back when I was a boy, kind of a fierce reporter, investigative reporter in the old school. So anyway, a very interesting book. I'm about halfway through it. I got about half of it read yesterday after I did my blogging, and it's an interesting book for sure. It's about the only book that's really going in depth on her very strange, and I think murderous death. But anyway, that dates me. If you know who Dorothy Kilgallen is, you'll know how much that dates me. All right, the other update. People have wanted to know how the progress on the book is going. There you see the progress. I am 2 chapters from the end. I decided to get rid of one chapter that, in all honesty, I didn't think was going to be, it would have upset the flow of the book. So I may do that chapter as a webinar. This book, again, folks, I have to warn you, I'm writing this book largely for me, just to get thoughts down on paper, because finally a couple bits of information came my way. So it's a book I knew I'd have to write, but I've been dreading, quite frankly, I've been dreading to write. But again, it's a book that I'm writing, you know, the expression of C.P.E. Bach. I wrote a certain number of concertos and trios and sonatas for myself and in full freedom, and that's kind of the way that I'm writing this book. But it is about subjects I've talked about in other books. There, that's as much of a hint as you get. But I am within 2 chapters of the end. Hopefully, I will be able to finish the book this weekend. I'm still waiting for my proofer to go through it, and when I say in full freedom, Eudemonist, it is not as well organized as my other books, but there's a reason for that. The reason for that is when you read the book, you'll find out. But I had to keep a certain amount of disorganization in this book to convey the actual disorganization of the actual subject. So anyway, so I'm hoping to be able to finish the final remaining heavy-duty, heavy-lift chapter tomorrow, and then on Sunday the final chapter, and get it all done, because it's the subject that I knew I'd have to write about a long time ago, but I've been postponing and postponing and postponing and postponing, and I just finally decided I needed to do it. I've added some new information to what others have said on the topic. Actually, 3 little bits of information. So anyway, we shall see. Anyway, Cond in California just walked into the chat room. So welcome. Guys, by the way, it has been bad sinus here. And so I'm watching my voice. I haven't been smoking as much since I had the tonsillitis, but today, even more so. Is the book related to theology? Yes. Oh, dear. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. But anyway, all I can say is I've been congratulating myself for the past month and a half on picking a really eye-grabbing title. And I had to write this one, as it turned out, I had to write this one before the other book that I was writing when I started writing this one. So I've changed the order a bit here in what I had originally intended for this year. Anyway, Scorpio says theology, the creation of mess. That's the title. Nope. Sorry. It's blank and the blank, and people keep putting a the in front of the first blank, and that doesn't give it. Nope, sorry. Busy Dealer says, now that I think about it, when you write something for yourself, theology enters in. Am I right? Well, it's always been there. It's always present, kind of in the background of everything I've written. But this one is a... all I can say, this one is, I think, if you really pay attention to what's being said in it, it's an eye popper. Anyway, we do have quite a few questions, very intriguing stuff from what I've read. And there's a bit of a theme tonight, so it's recipes. Yep, Julia has it right. It's a recipe book, guys. You can eat, you can experience the cuisine, the haute cuisine of Shay Farrell in the comfort of your own home. A fate I wouldn't wish on anybody, but anyway. But yeah, some interesting questions tonight. Yeah, the new book is, you know, I probably will, tonight when we get done with Vidchat, I'll probably eat a couple of hamburgers and get cranking on the last chapter and get that batted out. The last heavy lift chapter. There's so much weirdness. Truth and evangelicals? No, that would be, again, it's blank and the blank. So it would have to be truth and the evangelicals. But quite frankly, evangelicalism just doesn't interest me that much. I'm too much of a smells and bells and bead counters sort of person. But anyway, Is the book still somewhat related to other books of yours? Answer: oh yes, definitely. Definitely. Uh, yeah, it definitely definitely is related to the other books. But anyway, um, I just want to get it done. This has been one of those rush projects. Get something on paper and get it out there, Farrell. Anyway, ramen noodles, frozen pizza, and canned soup. Oh, come on. I eat better than that. Not much, but better than that. Oh, dear. Truth and the evangelicals. Ah, smells, bells, and beat. Hey, what can I say, Tim? I'm a diehard high Anglican from years back. uh, Freefall says, I think it's more about our cousin. I wouldn't write about any of my cousins. No. No, no. Oh, dear. That would be a very boring read. But anyway, yes, it's coming along. It's percolating along. Is it about our genetic cousins? That's a tough one. I don't know how to answer that. I suppose you could say that it is. Let me put it this way. It's much easier to say what isn't in it than what is in it. Pope and the anti-truth. No, I've done enough on the Pope back in my theological days. You know, I can boil it down to two words: anathema fiat. But anyway, I'm going to tell you I had lunch. Oh, come on, folks. Yes, I've had lunch with the blue avians. They're real, folks. They're entirely real. I've gone over to the Corey Good camp. No, it's not about truth and evangelicals. Not even close. Oh, dear. But anyway, yes, it's I'm hoping to have it in David Childress's hands by the end of August. As soon as he tells me it's back from his printer in the warehouse, ready to ship, I will let you all know what the title is. There's only one person that does know what the title is. I didn't even tell my folks, I didn't even tell my sister what the title is. So anyway, yes, it's going to be very, very interesting. My email's all messed up and I don't know why. Oh yeah, this one I have to have a quick publishing turnaround. Catherine Fitzno does not know what this new book is about. I'm not even going to tell you who the other person is that knows what this book is about. I have had to bite my tongue. The new book is a collection of anonymous whistleblower testimonials from the ranks of the Catholic Church Dealing with the connection between the Pope and aliens. Yep, that's it. You got it, mate. It's about the Pope and aliens, everybody. I do have to say, it is just a really good title. Artificial intelligence and rapture theology. Again, Kenny, it's blank and the blank. The blanks are just one word. Just one word. I do have to say, however, it's been extremely entertaining to watch all of you try and guess. Which, of course, is why I do this. Oh, dear. Yeah. Well, don't get me started on the current Pope. Trust me. It's difficult. Cardinal George Pell and the nubile prepubescent. No, that would be blank, 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 and the blank, blank. It's just blank and the blank. Nope, I have no interest in the Fatima stuff. Absolutely none. Right and the left. Nope, sorry. Not that either. I can fairly assure everybody that you'll be surprised. Just from the title alone. And it's really hard, guys. It's such a good title. I've wanted to tell everybody so that everybody can go, oh, wow, good title. No, I can't do that. I don't think any of you will be disappointed. You may be disappointed in the actual book, but not the title. But I don't think you'll be disappointed with the actual book, except you'll have to be very patient because you got to get to a certain point, and then it goes, everything starts to fall into place, and you think, oh my God. Oh my. All right, got to refresh the user list here because, as usual, for whatever reason, it's not doing that on its own. And it drives me nuts, folks. The ancient text spoke of the catastrophe when Earth was separated from heaven, the spaceport connected it was destroyed. After the aftermath nuclear calamity was which god? Well, my problem, Julia Triculia, he just posted a long quotation in the chat room. My problem with Sitchin is just it's manifold. One of the problems I have with Sitchin is that when he wrote his books, he was thinking in terms of the most advanced systems that he knew about, which were rockets and nuclear weapons, which had he thought about that in more depth, he would have realized, number one, rockets were just not a very efficient way of getting around to do what he was saying that all of these gods were doing. And nuclear weapons, you know, he hinted at the Great Pyramid being a weapon, and then he just sort of ignores that insight. So I'm not a big Sitchin fan in the particulars or details of his scenario. Anyway, Freefall says, while I'm waiting, I'm trying to catch up on Joseph's book, so I haven't purchased, so it's been kind of good. Freefall asks, is Lucifer Enki? No. Well, could be, but that's even more complicated. If you, I don't know if you've read The Cosmic War yet, Free Fall, but if you haven't, I won't ruin the surprise about Enki in there. Book title, God and the Dog Star. Nope, sorry, Kurt, that would again be blank and the blank blank. Again, the title is just blank and the blank. Okay. Mate 87 says, are the majority of citations included in the new book from the 20th century or from an earlier period? Yes. But it was a nice try. The God Theory by Heisch. I've heard about that book. They just keep trying so hard, don't they? It's just truly wondrous to watch. All right, so let me see here who I've missed. Welcome to Cancer, to Casey. Oh, wow. We are joined by Edgar Casey. All right, Kenny. Professor Kingsfield is here. Welcome to Professor Kingsfield. Oh, yay. You're on an operating table here. My little questions are fingers probing your mind. We do brain surgery here. Gotta love Professor Kingsfield. Just gotta love him. Do you see this, Mr. Hart? This is a winding sheet, a burial cloth for the dead, the late Mr. Hart. Love that series. Occult Theocracy. Yes, I've read it. It's a decent book. It does have some interesting little tidbits of information in it, but there are better books. Steve Heppel, again, the title is blank and the blank. There's no the in front of the first blank. And no, it's not called The Nazis and the Pope. I love this. So welcome to Professor Kingsfield. That's just too cool. That's just too cool. If you're thinking about reading the book, Julia, I don't want to spoil it for you. However, I did refer to that book in a very early white paper posted in the members area. Hitler and the Pope. No, not Hitler and the Pope. God and the Fallen. No. No, no, no. At least it's not Proust. This is true. It's definitely not Proust. Oh, dear. You guys would have to ship me off to the loony bin if it were Proust. Oh, dear. What's the favorites of all of my books? I would have to say Cosmic War. SS Brotherhood of the Bell, Secrets of the Unified Field, Philosopher's Stone. The Breakaway Civilizations books, and a kind of a toss-up either between Grid of the Gods or Thrice Great Hermetica. Third Way, I think, is a decent book too. I fully expect that this next book will be among my favorites. Anyway, welcome to Karambit. I didn't see Karambit sneak in, so welcome to Karambit. So we're all over the world right now. We are from Estonia to Norway to Australia to Mexico. So we're all over the world again. Scorpio 58, I just started Philosopher's Stone. I love Paracelsus' real name. Theophrastus bombastus Philippus. Yeah. Down Under snuck into the chat room. Welcome to Down Under. Steve Heppel's in the chat room. Welcome to Steve. Got to refresh this thing again, folks. So keep your fingers crossed that my voice survives tonight, guys. I have taken everything to ward off a little bit of a cold and sinus. The book is called Nazis and the Democrats. Now that would actually be a fascinating book, but no, it's not Nazis and the Democrats. Let's see who else snuck in here while I was yammering away. Condon, California. Byzantra in Belgium is joining us. And let's see here, Down Under. I think I said hello to Down Under. So anyway, yes, got a good crowd here tonight, guys. Can I tell you more about Jonathan Swift? Not much more than is in that book. I mean, for our purposes here. Blake Cosmos says, I hope someday Dr. Farrell tells us who the Apostle Paul really was. I did, as a matter of fact. Right now, I'm counting 28 in the chat room, and the YouTube counter is showing 33 viewers. I never know what to think of the YouTube counter. So I think probably there's somewhere between 28 and 32, which would be 30, you know. Anyway, it's going to be an interesting chat tonight, guys. Trust me. Oh, by the way, yes, we are starting at 6:30, half an hour early. I know I keep doing that, but again, it's because we've got so much to get through, and I do want to save my voice. It's interesting that Julia Triculia says in Dublin there is a hospital that is founded by Jonathan Swift, and I remember that. I don't remember the name of the hospital, but I remember that he did. We do have a lot of questions to address tonight, that is for sure, and a lot of commentary too with the questions. So it's going to be an interesting night. St. Patrick's, that's right. Yeah. Wow, you guys are forcing me to dig out memories that are buried in cobwebs. Well, that's a good place for the hospital. It's close to the Guinness factory. Only in Ireland, folks. Oh dear. Yes, it's part of my Celtic ancestry there. Welcome to Trevor. Just entering the chat room. I can just pretty much see how an Irish hospital functions. You'd probably have Guinness wired up to the IV. You know? Oh man. You'd get your choice between scones and scones and scones for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. But anyway, I guess that's more Scottish than Irish, but oh dear. Okay, checking my emails here, guys, just to make sure that I'm not missing anybody. Kurt says, don't knock it. There's plenty of iron in Guinness. You know, that's interesting that you mentioned it, Kurt, because back in my drinking days, at Oxford, I did drink a lot of Guinness, and I noticed that my iron poor blood. I didn't have, I didn't have the struggle that I've had most of my life with the iron poor blood. It certainly was better tasting than the awful medicine I used to have to take when I was a boy. Anyway, yeah, Guinness instead of anesthetics. That's the way to go. What do I think of the supposed collapse of ISIS in Iraq? I don't know what to make of any, ISIS is apparently also, I have a blog coming up, is apparently also shifting to Southeast Asia. So anyway, it's, I don't know what to make of any of that anymore, because you know me, I'm very suspicious about the West's involvement with ISIS to begin with, particularly the USA and the UK. It's just not a good thing that what they've done. But yeah, it could lead to more attacks in Europe. Europe has to wake up, folks. I mean, they have to wake up. They are going to lose it all if they continue on the course that they are on. Is North Korea replacing ISIS as the new boogeyman? Is a question from Karambit. I don't know. Karambit, to be honest with you, this whole North Korean thing, I'm viewing it as theater. When in doubt, they trot out the North Koreans. It's as if they're trying to scramble for something to keep people preoccupied. This whole Russia hacking thing, and oh, Trump talked to the Russians. There's not a word being said about dual citizenship, the amount of people with Israeli dual citizenship that have been influencing this government for the past 5 to 6, if not 7 to 8 administrations. That's the big story, not Russia. And we need, quite frankly, I'll go on record here, folks, and say that the United States needs to put a halt to anybody in public office at any level holding a dual citizenship anywhere, especially that country. The United States is making, everybody's getting upset with all these immigrants coming from South America. Well, too bad. The big problem here is the dual citizenship, and all of these neocon, zyocon idiots in the USA, in the government. I'm in other words, I'm tired of listening to the hypocrisy of the American media on Trump, whether they did hack or didn't hack elections. Who cares? And the other problem is, yeah, the elections were hacked. I want to hear more about the fraud that took place in the state of California for Hillary Clinton, and they don't want to talk about that either. So, geez, get a life here, major media. It's not Mexico that you have dual citizenships with, it's Israel. Okay? All right. Yeah, Karambit has it right. This is the anniversary of Israel's attack against the USS Liberty. Yep. That's it. Bingo. We've got to put a stop to that. That's where the problem is. That's where the problem is. If you want foreign influence, and Trump talking to the Russians, well, golly gee, where was the outcry when Hillary sold them uranium? Geez. Eudemonist says the neo-Zyocons have no loyalties except for their own interests. That's absolutely right. Absolutely right. I just, I've had it with that being tolerated. It is illegal. It is against the law. If you're loyal to this country, you're loyal to this country. If you're loyal to Israel, you're loyal to that country, but not both. Seems to me I remember a wise man saying you can't serve two masters. Harvey's Barn says Wolf Blitzer is dual. That doesn't surprise me. That doesn't surprise me one bit. All right. Blake Cosmos says it's treason. Yeah, that too. That too. Stephen Heppel says Russia had a special on the USS Liberty today. Yeah, apparently Russia's more interested than, you know, the so-called American media. It's just unreal. And, you know, that raises another question, Steve. Why is it that Americans have to learn about American news and American history from the Russians? You know, that's a pretty sorry pass, folks. How long can CNN keep the stupidity going without people raging and hanging them on the spot? Good question, but you have to remember most of the people in this country are either clueless, which means they're graduates from an American academy, or they're good, decent people just struggling to keep food on their table, thank you Obamacare, and don't have time to keep up with anything else. Karambit says many believe that Israel didn't sink the Liberty because they were warned off by a Russian ship in the same vicinity. I wouldn't doubt it, Karambit. You know, I haven't studied that incident in any detail. You know, it happened when I was a boy, when Lyndon Johnson was president, and it got swept under the rug so fast it made your head spin. You know, anything that happened during the Johnson administration, it's safe to say the news was fake. You know, Gulf of Tonkin, fake. I forget the old Democrat senator from Oregon back then, Senator Morris, that wasn't buying the Gulf of Tonkin stuff. Down under, the U.S. media doesn't talk about things at home because, number one, they want to defend the empire, and number two, they want to keep Americans from looking at just how bad it is here at home. It's just I can't begin to communicate for those of you not in this country, especially in Europe or down there in Australia, just how Looney Tunes the mainstream American media really is, and what bad cultural shape the country is in. And not just cultural shape, physical shape. The infrastructure in this country is, you know, where I live, parts of the bridges on the interstate are, you can see the concrete dripping, you know, turning to lime and dripping. That's how bad it is. Oh my, mate 87 in the chat room just said London has a series of acid attacks carried out by youths driving scooters, and the mass media just did not report the ethnicity of the perpetrator. It's not ethnicity. You know, not all Arabs are Muslims. Let's say what it is. It is that ideology that is the problem. It is that ideology. And I can hear the emails now. Oh, I wish Dr. Farrow would quit talking about that because it's not true, blah blah blah. Yeah. Kenny says many folks are living here escaping Obamacare and the high taxes. Kenny, where is here? I believe it, but I don't know where here is. Honor acid attacks. Unbelievable. Unreal. No, what you do is you round up those people and you give them a parachute and drop them off over Saudi Arabia. Just unreal. Puerto Rico. Well, I can believe that, Kenny. I really can. It's just, you know, it's just unreal. Yeah, maybe talk openly about Islam. That's the thing. Yeah, there's lots of Arabs that are not Muslims, folks. You got to remember, there are Orthodox Christian Arabs. There are Nestorian Arabs. There are even, on rare occasion, Jewish Arabs. And it's always the woman's fault that she's molested. Yeah, how how much goofier and more diabolical can you possibly be? Imagine you've just been raped, so now they're going to stone you to death. Jeez. Yeah, there's tons of Orthodox Christian Arabs in Mexico. Yeah, absolutely. In South America too, Karambit. You know, when I converted to the Orthodox Church, I did it in an Arabic church. You know? Then this Muslim lady writes me, "Oh, you're just being racist. You know, Arabic culture is wonderful." Yeah, tell me about it. Jeez. I'm sorry, Down Under. I promised myself I wasn't going to rant tonight. I've got to save my voice. Arabs are very nice people. They are very, very sweet people. You know, be they Muslim or Christian, or if you ever meet the rare Jewish Arab, it's, you know, it's the nutcases that actually open the Quran and read it that you've got to worry about. Ian says, I need at least one rant per chat. Yeah, that's precisely it, Blake. Any ideology can be radicalized. Absolutely. Listen, there is a disturbing movement going on in this country amongst very, very, I would call them rabidly traditional Roman Catholics and the ultra right wing of Calvinism of all things. And you want real scary stuff. My friend Scott DeHart knows who these people are, and he called them the Caliban, you know, ultra Calvinists. How long till the vid chat starts? Good question. 50 minutes. 50 minutes. It's not taking religion seriously that's the problem. It's taking the medievalism and the brutality and not being able to spot the core doctrines and set those free of all of that Old Testament medievalism. Winston, 1984, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Anyway, unreal. You know, what I'm worried about is at some point they're going to cross a line and then all hell's going to break loose. Karambit says there's a very disturbing movement in Mexico with the Roman Catholic Church. It almost resembles the Inquisition. Yes, that's precisely what I'm talking about. It's precisely what I'm talking about. And ultimately, those kinds of quote-unquote traditionalists are really not basing themselves in the earliest Catholic tradition. That's the problem. Anyway, welcome back to Winston 1984. Got to check my emails here, guys. Just give me a brief moment. All right, we're good. Why do Muslims hate women? Do they think women have some occult power? I don't know, Steve. I think probably all of that stuff is coming out of the Hadith. I don't know. I do not know. Anyway, is it possible Nazi sleeper cells are being called into action? I think they've been in action. In Germany. Well, they had those cells that were activated in the old Eastern Zone that helped drive the reunification from that part of Germany. And I've never seen any indication that any of those cells were actually ever successfully disbanded. So I don't know. I honestly don't know. Whatever is the case, it is scary. All right. Going to be an interesting vid chat tonight, guys. Some really interesting questions. I was kind of thrown for a loop, to be honest with you, when I woke up this morning and first started going through with the questions that I'd already received. There's definitely two different tracks. There's the metaphysical, spiritual track, and then everything else. Okay, so we've got 2 minutes. All right. Freefall says the moment I mentioned the Zyocons, it started to freeze. Well, that doesn't surprise me. They're enough to freeze anybody. We've got to clean out that cesspool. That's just been growing and growing. Schwarzenstein, welcome to the chat. I guess I'd better refresh my window here again. Keep your fingers crossed, guys, that my voice survives. All right, let's see here who has snuck into the room while I've not been watching. Dan Pohl is in the chat room, so welcome. Kit K Albert, welcome to Kit K. Kit K is an old regular here, folks, so welcome to Kit K. Let's see. I think I got everybody else, so we're doing good. Kit K, Karambit. I Love Sushi, when you see her. She's another old regular in our chat room, but she's not here tonight. I haven't seen I Love Sushi for a spell. Anyway, got a good little crowd. We've got 39 watching on the YouTube feed, and we've got 33 actually in the chat. So we're doing good. Winston, yes, I gave an update at the beginning of the pre-chat. The book is within 2 chapters of being done. I will finish, I hope, this weekend. I've got one more difficult chapter to bat out tomorrow. And then the final chapter, which is kind of a fun, fluffy sort of, it's a little bit of icing. A little bit of Schlag on the Torte. Anyway. Oh, dear. Blank and blank, yes. So I am hopefully finishing the book this weekend. Cross your fingers. And then hope to get it to the publisher within a month. Did I get Steve Heppel's questions? Yes, I believe I did. I think I did, because I certainly remember printing them off. Oh, why did I do that? Oh, jeez. Sorry, guys. I'm exhibiting my usual computer technical klutzness. All right, there we go. Why is it now doing this? Did I just... Oh, there we go. Anyway. Scorpio 58 says, Aber bitte mit Sahne. Karambit says, Mexico is built on the occult. Even the most faithful Catholics somehow integrate the occult into their worship. Yes, it's an old but unfortunate trend. Let's see here. Harvey's Barn says, every monument I visited in Mexico made me feel really unwell. Julia Triculia says, what was the story about that Israeli-Palestinian conflict that you said you will write about before you are stone cold dead, that you mentioned in your old vidchats? I don't, Julia, that's so long ago, I don't even recall making a comment like that. And I don't know what the context was, so I can't tell you what I was talking about. I'd have to go back and listen to all of them, and unfortunately I just don't have time to do that. I mean, we've got hundreds of hours now of vidchats, and plus radio interviews and everything else. It's about the reason behind it. I don't remember, Julia. I'm sorry. I simply don't. I simply don't remember, Julia. I'm sorry. I mean, if you find it and you can quote what I said and then send it to me as a vidchat problem or a vidchat question, I might be able to remember then, and I might be able to respond. Sometimes I also have certain subjects I don't talk about. Maybe that's what I was talking about at the time. I don't remember. Anyway, now my email's all messed up again. It's just weird. Checking here, guys, real fast in my emails just to make sure I haven't missed anybody. But we are going to start here in about 40 minutes, guys. I am starting early tonight. Again, I apologize for that, but with my sinus being as bad as it has been this summer, particularly this last couple days, I want to make sure I get through the chat tonight as far as I can, as long as my voice holds out. So that's why I'm starting. Do I ever hear from Liquid 911 anymore? No, I don't. He really has just dropped right off the radar screen. Occasionally I'll message him on Facebook and we talk a little bit there, but I don't know what's going on. The last I knew, he was writing a book or something. But other than that, no, he hasn't been in Vidchat for a very long time. I wish he'd come back because he always asked interesting questions. Schwarzenstein says, have you heard of the Miller Diaries? No, I have not. No, I have not. I don't read that many diaries. I've never been much of a biography person. I'm reading a biography, sort of a biography about Dorothy Kilgallen now. It's got let's put it this way, it's got biographical information in it, but it's not about her as much as it is about her murder. But no, I've not heard of those. Oh, Heinrich Miller. Heinrich Miller. Yes, I have heard of those, Schwarzenstein, and I would be very skeptical of those. There's a whole, what you've got to understand, there's a whole cottage industry of these weird neo-Nazi publications. I covered a few of them in way back in Reich of the Black Sun. I eventually decided not to cover those things anymore because they just get too confusing, and they make people think, oh, I believe in Nazi UFO bases in Antarctica, and which I don't, never did. There's a whole cottage industry of that stuff out there. Yes, I've read those. I do know what's in them, and I can assure you that every actual bit of evidence that I have seen or argued speculation that I would give any credence to as far as Heinrich Miller goes is that he escaped to South America somewhere. And my bet is Argentina, although some other researchers have him in Paraguay, and some even have him in Brazil. So I would be very, very skeptical of it. And Frank's diaries. I don't know enough about the subject, Scorpio, to tell you about. There are some people that think, I do know that there are some people that think that they're fake. And again, I don't know. I simply haven't studied it enough to be able to tell you. Downunder is asking how Jim Mars is going. As far as I know, yeah, Tim has it right. As far as I know, he's recuperating. Everybody keep your thoughts or prayers for him. David Price's book. I'm not familiar with David Price. But then again, I've had my face buried in a mountain of books, let me tell you. Gregory Douglas seems to be quite scholarly, lots of assistance with National Archives, so on and so forth. Well, I hate to tell you, but the National Archives are, just because it's there doesn't mean it's legit. You have to kind of vet things to see if it makes sense in other contextual information. If I remember correctly, those diaries have Heinrich Miller actually dining with President Truman. And don't get me wrong, President Truman's not one of my favorite fellows, but I have a lot of difficulty believing that he'd sit down to dinner with Heinrich Miller. It kind of taxes my suspicion meter too much. If that's the diaries you're referring to, that's the diaries I read. Anyway, We have half an hour to go, guys. As usual, I'm going to take a little break before we get started. Truman was not a big fan of the Germans. Yes. Karambit is right here. And this is why I have a little difficulty seeing him sitting down to dinner with Heinrich Miller. The McCarthy part, if I remember correctly, was kind of interesting. You know, that's the thing that really needs to be done. Somebody has got to sit down and write a whole history of that whole committee era and tie the dots. McClellan, McCarran, McCarthy, House Un-American Activities Committee, Reese Committee, you know, the whole shebang. But you know, that would take so much time in the National Archives, and then, of course, you'd be too close to the Washington, D.C. cesspool. Oh, dear. Oh, David Price. Yes, I do have that book, as a matter of fact. I have not started reading that. There's no doubt in my mind, let's put it this way. There's no doubt in my mind, Blake Cosmos, that the social sciences are the most heavily infiltrated by intelligence shills. This was something pointed out to a certain extent by the Reese Committee when they pointed out that the heavy foundation influence in the social sciences in this country. There's no doubt in my mind that those are horribly manipulated. That's another whole ball of wax that needs to be covered. And Blake Cosmos says Truman let loose the CIA and created the national state of emergency. One of the worst presidents ever. I would agree with that. Yeah, Truman was a little off, well, a lot off his rocker, but definitely not one of my favorite people. But have the big foundations even been investigated since that committee? Not to my knowledge, Ian, not as an actual congressional committee established to investigate that specific subject. I think the last one was the Reese Committee. That's that, you know, again, I go back to my gut intuition here. Geiger says he, oh no, a Geiger tome. Jeez. I'm just kidding, Geiger. My poor voice. I'm going to end up with permanent laryngitis. Oh, come on, computer. Work with me here. Work with me here. Hang on, guys. I'm trying to get my printer to print out Geiger's tome. Oh, I better get another ream of paper. just kidding, Geiger. But anyway. Oh, I am Geiger. Okay, guys, after all that, Geiger submits a one-page. This is a first. Mark it down. July 14th, 2017. Geiger submits a one-page vidchat question and commentary. All right, Geiger, I'm moving to you to the top of the pile here, just because you did that. Anyway. Amusing to see Trump trying so hard to be dignified on Bastille Day. That's the last place I'd be dignified. Ah, dear. It ain't a tome, Geiger says, but it's a whopper. Eudemonist says in 5-point type. Yes, I've got to get out my electron microscope, Eudemonist, so that I can read Geiger's question. Oh, dear. Folks, for those of you who don't know our member Geiger, he is well known for these terribly elaborate, very long, very complex questions. Anyway, Geiger says he's not in the chat yet. Yes, you are. I can see you in the chat. Anyway. Yes, 1 page. Geiger is sick. I don't even remember where we were. I think I was ranting about Truman or something. Oh yeah, my intuition. My intuition is still that there's something going on with all those committees behind the scenes that might reveal itself when you look at all of them and start trying to connect any dots that might be there from one committee to the other. You know, the Kennedys are one dot, obviously, because they're heavily involved with McCarthy. They're heavily involved with the mafia committees and all of that good stuff. So something going on there. Lake Cosmos says, Geiger's questions are the analog of Joseph's 4-volume set on dialectics. I'll never live that tome down. I should never, when my students ask me to transcribe those lectures, I should never have done it. Okay, I'm being asked to pass something along to Catherine. Hang on, folks. All right, there we are. So anyway, Karambit says 1 whole page. I'm going to need a drink. Karambit, if I were still drinking, man, I'd be joining you. I'd be joining in celebration. We have a 1-page submission from Geiger. Let's see here. The wise man says, where can I send my own VidChat questions? What you do is you use the contact button on the website. You put VidChat questions in capitals in your subject header and then send it along. Geiger says, yes, I am sick. Well, we're sorry to hear that, Geiger. We are going to start. We are getting thicker, so it's a good thing I decided to start early. Watch for the Doff of the Hat, as always, guys. And I've got to refresh my window here again because I see a lot more people have snuck into the chat room. But as always, my user list is not automatically updating. Geiger says you're going to lose sleep. Okay. All right, let's see here. HMS Trenchant in the chat room. Welcome to HMS Trenchant. Itsy James is in the chat room. Just a Whoa Man is in the chat room. Welcome to Just a Whoa. And let's see here. Jeannie, welcome to Jeannie. I think I've got, and Ailsa Freeman. So welcome to all of you. 48 in the YouTube viewer and 42 actually in the chat room. Mate, I did get those printed out, I think, if I remember correctly. I'm pretty sure I did. Yeah, it's easier, guys, if you email your questions a couple days before. Sometimes I miss if you mail after the vid chat gets started. I usually miss because I'm trying to read and keep an eye on the chat room. So once chat actually starts, I don't check the emails. So that's, for you new people, that's just something to remember. If that happens, I usually try to archive them for the next vid chat session, but sometimes I forget. So to be on the safe side, what you do is you just email the vid chat questions early. And please remember two things, folks. Try to remember to put your username at the top if you don't want me using your real name. Occasionally I forget if I don't see a username and might mention your real name. I try to use initials, but sometimes I forget. So put your username, and then the other thing is you need to put the subject header in the email. Make that all capitals, and just put vid chat questions all in capitals, because you got to remember I have to deal with hundreds of emails every week. Baysar in the chat room. I don't know if I said hello to you, Baysar. I saw your name, but Baysar is in the chat room. Okay, another set of questions that are not printing. I don't know why it is that sometimes this computer just hooks right up to the printer, and then sometimes it just takes forever. All right, there we go. More questions and comments that just came in. Yes, and please do not use acronyms. We don't use acronyms here. We spell out things. I'm not a mind reader. When I do get to be a mind reader, I'll put myself in one of those old carnival things. Deposit your quarter. The great Farrellini will read your future. Current dialogues with Daniel are going to be under dialogues, the dialogues tab. The last dialogue was in June. We should be set to do one next week, I believe. Daniel is interesting. He's got a good sense of humor. And Jay Trout. Welcome to Jay. Yay, Jay. Just put on your pickle haba and let lightning transfer our thoughts. But the problem with the pickle haba is it's fake. It's just plastic. It's a $10 knockoff. It's not a real pickle haba. Oh dear. If I had a real pickle haba, actually, you know what I want? I mean, if you guys really want to get me some German memorabilia, get me a field marshal's baton. Preferably imperial, not Nazi. I'll have a field marshal's baton and a pickle haba. Yes, I've got to save on. I've got to quit buying hats, guys. I need real artillery. The way this country's going, I could afford, you know, a 16-inch howitzer in in my backyard. I'd have to get the gun crew though, guys. I don't have enough money to pay them. Uh, all right, we are 20 minutes from the start. Let me make sure I got everything here. All right. Blake Cosmos says, headline, Paris gun spotted in South Dakota. Actually, Blake Cosmos, no. I mean, if I'm going to get a gun with that kind of range, I'll get the 28 centimeter Krupp K5A or K5E, the World War II railroad gun, because that thing could be modified to have a range of about 160 kilometers, which, if you stop and think about it, it's just obscene. But anyway, yes, I'd have a few targets for something like that. Oh dear. Accepting applications for the gun crew now, guys. So we're saving up our pennies to buy a 28 centimeter Krupp railroad gun. Oh dear. Yeah, 160 kilometers is just just really obscene. Yeah, Geiger, the K5E. If you look at my talk that I did at Bastrop in the first lecture, there's actually a picture of the K5E, the World War II railroad gun. Even under its normal operating range, it had a range of about 35 miles, which is just you know, leave it to the Germans. Yes, that's Anzio Annie. It's called Leopold. The gun model was the K5E, 28 centimeter. You can go online and find, you know, pictures of it and so on. I knew you guys would get me into artillery sooner or later. That's the dumbest hobby I think anybody could ever have. All right. Oh, another question just came in from, I think, Chartreuse. Hang on, folks. Come on, computer. Work with me. Rosenchad in the chat room. Welcome to Rosenchad. Yeah, it is a beast. It was an excellent bit of ordnance, let me tell you. We need to ship it to me. Guys. No. Yeah, I can see explaining that to the neighbor, to the neighbors. Oh dear. Anyway, Rosenchad is in the chat room. Welcome to Rosenchad. I'm refreshing my user list here, guys, because I'm seeing a lot of viewers in the YouTube section, so I'm sure we've got more people that snuck in here besides Rosenshad. Well, maybe not. K-Tower, yep. K-Tower, welcome to K-Tower. And Mirror 13. You know, it's getting to the point where I don't remember anymore where everybody, what country everybody's in. Backyard ballistics. Yeah, but Geiger, that that cannon would be just a little bit too big for my backyard. Oh dear. All right, guys, about 10 more minutes here. We're going to get started. A crowdfund event. No, 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 no. Oh dear. You are cordially invited to a Bach and bombardment party at Dr. Farrell's. Oh dear. That would be that would be it. Anyway. Lucky Chuck, welcome back. Oh dear. Bombards, yes. We're going to do music theory and ballistics here, guys. Yes, some engineers from Germany. Ah, dear. That's too much, guys. Bombast Bach and the metaphor. Ah, dear. So what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm going to take my my pre-chat break here in about 5 minutes and come back and get us started, because we've got quite a pile now to get through, and I'm hoping, cross your fingers, to get through all of these questions tonight with my voice. One more check of the emails. We're good. Concerto della Bomba. Geiger says, I've seen fireworks at music performances, but never artillery. Well, if they ever put me in charge of the artillery at fireworks, I'd have to go searching, because, I like the really, really big stuff. And they don't make that anymore, More's the pity. We'd have to go to Sioux Falls and hold it at the Battleship South Dakota Memorial and hook that 16-inch rifle up to something so that we can use it. Anyway. Oh, my. The Royal Fireworks Suite. Concerto for tuba and mechanized armor. Anyway. That's probably a little bit too close to home. The Germans don't compose music, they engineer it. But, oh dear. All right. The clock is ticking down. Dibs on the triangle. Yes. See, that was the problem. Growing up playing the organ, I never could play in band or orchestra. No cowbells, says you demonist. No, no cowbells. Karambit says, I like the cymbals. I was never that much into percussion instruments. I don't know why. I don't know why. Maybe it was my youthful rebellion against rock music. I don't know. Drums are don't do drums if you can't multitask. How about dance? Believe it or not, when I was growing up, they did have, in physical education, they had units of dance that you had to learn, square dance and everything. I don't even know if they do any of that anymore in phys ed. I always hated phys ed. Yeah, don't do organs if you can't magnetask. That's that's for sure. That's for sure. All right, guys, I am going to take my break here in about 3 minutes. Then I'm going to come back, kick us off. We've got gobs of stuff to get through. And I do mean gobs and gobs and gobs and gobs. Oh, I was never good at phys ed. My problem is I'm so very nearsighted that it's easy for me to misjudge distances, balls being thrown at you and so on. Never was very good at it. Not coordinated, let's put it that way. Not with those kinds of things. Karambit says you should read Dave McGowan's book on the hippie scene. Really? All right. I grew up during all of that, Karambit, and I got to tell you, it just never, it always just kind of turned me off. I mean, I remember, when Woodstock was going on and they had the news reports about Woodstock, and I thought, ugh, and everybody else was just like, oh, this is so cool. I was the nerd. Could you guess? Uh, well, yeah, but, Geiger says that says the guy who wants to shoot 160 kilometers away. All right. I'm going to take my break. Okay, guys, are you ready for this? Ah, let me refresh my user list window here because I see a lot more viewers in the YouTube area than I see in the chat room. So usually that means I'm lagging behind here. So let's get that started. All right, guys, here it is. There's the DOFF of the hat. So let's say hello to everybody that's in the chat room. We have Busy Dealer, Chime, Kurt in Northern Ireland, Kit K, Albert, J. Trout, Cond in California, Geiger, Blake Cosmos, Eudemonist, HMS Trenchant, Kenny, Professor Kingsfield, Downunder ET in Australia, folks, and Enrico, Trevor V, Chartreuse. Boy, you guys are refreshing so fast I can't keep up with you. Chartreuse, Trevor V, Itzy James, Lucky Chuck, Mate 87 is joining us all the way from Estonia, guys. Schwarzenstein, Just a Whoa Man, RBG, Santa Monica, Tim H, also in Australia, Nuclear, Julia Triculia, I hope I'm not butchering that name, in Croatia, Mirror 13, Blue Nose, The Wise Man, Genie, June, RB44, Winston 1984, Base R, Dan Pole, new member Ian K joining us from the Soviet Socialist Republic of California, Harvey's Barn, Boyan, Ales of Freeman, Karambit is joining us in Mexico. So welcome to everybody, and let's get started because we have a lot to get through. All right. This one is from Chartreuse, and it's a very short question. She said, I heard your quarterly wrap-up with Catherine, and in it she mentioned her fears for World War III. Do you think we are closer to war, or have we moved back from the brink? I have heard commentators say if there is war, it will be on U.S. soil. What are your thoughts? Unfortunately, I have to agree with Catherine. I think we're closer than we have been in a long time. The real question is what kind of war, and I suspect that with the continued nuttiness of the progressives in this country who show no sign of wanting to change direction, who show no sign for the acceptance of the process, I think ultimately you're going to see the political schism in this country is cultural, and it is going to drive a divide. If that happens and it does begin to turn violent, which I sincerely hope it does not, I do suspect you'll see foreign intervention. If that does not happen, if they continue on this nutty course of backing regimes like Saudi Arabia, I mean, I'm just absolutely boggled that they did this. Eventually, yes, there's going to be some sort of conflict, and it may or may not be on U.S. Soil, but I don't think that it will be a war resembling anything like what we've ever seen before. I'm not suspecting it would be a nuclear war. I personally think that it could be the case that the U.S. military will, if it involves Russia or China, won't go as well as they think it will go. So yeah, I sadly have to agree that I think we are closer because the administration is not draining the swamp. It's not turning the Titanic. This country is on a suicidal course, and I'll be very blunt with everybody. I blame primarily the direction of the political left in this country. They have taken power and over the political process, and more importantly the culture, since Woodrow Wilson, and nothing has really stopped it. They're nuts. They're just plain nuts. Who and what would we be fighting? That's the problem. I don't know. I don't know. All right, the next one is by, let's see here, Son of David, who has comments and then questions. So Son of David says, just some quick comments. Please do more podcasts with Catherine Fitz and less with Daniel. Maybe every month, since so much is happening in the U.S. You seem to have your best interviews with women, most notably George Ann Hughes, as women seem to nurture your ideas. Fitz doesn't just nurture your ideas, but adds on to them with great insight that usually backed with concrete data and numbers. It is interesting because I have noticed that too, Son of David, that I'm more comfortable, usually, not always, but usually being interviewed by women. But that said, you have to remember that Dark Journalist is out there. He always does an excellent job interviewing. Al at Forum Borealis is another excellent interviewer. So I don't, in terms of members interviews, it would be difficult with Catherine. Her schedule is so heavy. Folks, you have no idea how heavy her schedule is. It would be difficult for her to do. It would be difficult for me to do. I like the change up with Daniel. Daniel comes at things from a very, very different place than most people, and that's why I like doing those. And the dialogues are kind of part of our regular staple here. Number 2, speaking about interviews, you want to know why George Norrie on Coast to Coast is so generic or milk toast. Matter of fact, he should be sponsored by some number of condoms because he plays so safe. Most of his interviews now are no-name whistleblowers or schizophrenics looking for ghosts. I don't know. I have, in all honesty, I haven't listened to Coast in so long, I don't know what's going on that show. Because in an obscure interview, Richard Hoagland stated that the radio show or network is owned by the Koch brothers, one of the major Republican Party masters. That makes sense to me. Number 3, tell your friend Walter Bosley until he puts Empire of the Wheel and the rest of his works on paperback. Actually, all of Walter's books are in paperback, if I remember correctly. I'm pretty sure they are, so you might want to dig a little deeper because I'm pretty sure all of them are. Anyway, on to your questions. Oh, by the way, folks, for you newbies, speaking of Walter, his new book is out, and as you can see, that's not an e-book, that's a book. This is Destination Carcosa. It's about Ambrose Bierce. I just started reading it, and it looks pretty interesting. Anyway, so that book is out. On to the questions. This is from Son of David. Number 1, your thoughts on the Demi-Crooks crusade against Trump. One even filed for Trump's impeachment. They're trying to snag Trump's son just for meeting with a Russian lawyer. Again, I think all of this, Son of David, is theater. Yeah, this is what I mean by the progressive element not accepting results, but turn the clock back. This is exactly what the Republicans did to Clinton. This is theater. The real objective here is to create theater and not address the problems of the country. All right? That's my biggest problem. Problem number 2 is the hypocrisy of dealing, and I said this in the pre-chat rant, the problem here is the hypocrisy of all of this Russia hysteria with Trump, when if you turn the clock back to the Obama administration, Secretary Clinton is selling uranium to the Russians, okay? That's a big problem as far as I'm concerned. dealing with the Chinese, turn the clock back and remember Lipogate and all of that stuff in the Clinton administration. That was far more serious than anything that Trump is alleged to have done. But for me, the biggest problem is the complete and utter hypocrisy of the media talking about Russian influence when we still have not seen any really big evidence of malfeasance here, number one. And number two, we have tolerated in this country people of dual citizenship. And yes, I'm speaking about the Zyokans and Israel. That's a foreign influence that is tolerated in government posts that needs to be addressed, and to create this hysteria with Russia over when this other problem has existed for decades. I say the real problem isn't Russia, it's the people in this country in positions of government or in academia with dual citizenship in this country and the state of Israel. Okay, that to me is the big problem that needs to be addressed. And until it is, then I'm not impressed about Russia or any of this other stuff, because that's a far more serious problem. People in government posts actually having citizenship and passports in another country. As far as I'm concerned, if you're in the American government in any position, I don't care if it's dog catcher, and you hold a dual citizenship, you should not be eligible for office or any other unelected government post, period. End of discussion. No negotiation. Number two. Rant over, folks. Number two. General George Patton believed that he was a soldier in past lives for centuries, like a Roman legionnaire or a marshal for Napoleon, which leads me to some speculative questions. A, if reincarnation is true, which I personally believe to be so, then would instinct and gut feeling be an accumulation of past experiences? Could be. Thus, the Battle of the Bulge campaign, where Patton's army drove 100 miles to flank the Germans. That's just one of those brilliant foresight divisions that changed the path of history. I think you're scrambled here on Patton's maneuver. Patton did not have any foresight about the Battle of the Bulge. The Battle of the Bulge took Patton included, took the Allied command structure and almost entirely by surprise. They were not expecting a German offensive of that magnitude that late in the war. In fact, their intelligence estimates had written off the Germans being able to launch even minor counteroffensives, but nothing on that scale. The idea that Patton had foreknowledge of it is simply not true. What happened, I think what you're referring to, is that Patton was ordered by Eisenhower to turn the Third Army, the major armored divisions from the Third Army, which were trying to push into southern Germany, into Bavaria, and wheel them 90 miles out of the front and turn them north to relieve the surrounded 101st Airborne Division at Bastogne in Belgium. That was the maneuver. But Patton did not do that in foresight of the German offensive. Once the offensive had begun, Patton was correct in arguing to the Allied headquarters that it was his opinion that, this was a major offensive. It's not a local affair. He was correct in that assessment. All right. B, Patton came from an aristocratic family. Wouldn't that mean he'd be versed in esoteric topics? And if he believed in the afterlife, then maybe he might be more open-minded to exotic weapons, or at least understand the Nazis' fascination with ancient lore. Patton did foresee the use of airplanes in war and was a pioneer in tank tactics. That's quite true. Maybe Patton himself might have and remembered a past life during the Cosmic War, perhaps, but I would say that Patton, I don't think you need to go to past lives here. I think Patton, once he becomes an operational commander after D-Day, remember there was that period that he was relieved after the invasion of Italy, and they used him as a fake invasion commander to tie down German forces in the Pas-de-Calais region in France, when in fact Patton was not scheduled to be an operational commander on D-Day. He was given command of the Third Army after D-Day, and he was the one that led the breakout, Operation Cobra. Now, once he's in command of the Third Army in France, you have to remember that as the Allied armies begin to break out of the beachheads, the Americans and British had teams of intelligence technical people traveling right behind, so to speak, the front lines of the advancing British, Canadian, and American armies, scouring France for German technology. All right, Patton, and you have to remember what my argument was in Reich of the Black Sun. Patton would have been privy to the field intelligence reports that his advance commands, combat commands, are feeding on what they're finding. The way that they had to feed it was through his headquarters, and that headquarters in turn passes along the information to higher headquarters. So in other words, Patton doesn't need reincarnation to explain advanced technology. He's getting the intelligence from his field command and his intelligence reports. This is particularly the case, in my opinion, when he goes into Pilsen in Czechoslovakia at the old Skoda works and uncovers all of that stuff that the Kammlerstab was doing in the, behind the facade of the engineering division of the Skoda works. He would have been privy to a lot of information that concerning the most advanced Nazi technology, and that's the reason, in my opinion, that higher headquarters or somebody in the American intelligence structure had him bumped off, because he did know a lot about that. He would have been, probably of all the Allied generals at the end of the war, he probably would have been the best informed about it. And of course, he had an infamous mouth for blurting things out. All right. Number 3, if Peter Thiel wins the California governor race, there might be hope to save the state from the dummy crook's communist iron grip. What policies to start out would you suggest would help break this monopoly? Policies that underhandedly chip away at power. Matter of fact, by that time, I may have enough influence and wealth to personally talk with Thiel. Well, look, the problem with politics, son of David, is that you cannot rely on politics alone at this point to fix the country. The reason why is that progressivism has had, at least since Woodrow Wilson, an almost unimpeded century to work itself not only into the fabric of the institutions of government, but much more importantly, into the fabric of the institutions of culture. And yes, I'm talking about the academy, I'm talking about education, I'm talking about the arts. So in other words, you may break the power of the Democratic Party in California, but you still have absolute nuttery and kookery at the University of Berkeley, the University of California at Berkeley. You've got the California state educational system, which I can assure you, almost to a man, or pardon me, gender-neutral person, is predominantly progressivist in its political and cultural outlook. That's the problem. That's the problem. Now, that said, I think the biggest surprise coming down the pike for the Democrats in California is going to be the immigrant population not only from Mexico, but from other Latin American countries, because like it or not, those cultures are much more traditional and conservative than the Democratic Party. And when those people wake up and realize that that party and their own values are in complete opposition to each other, that's when you're going to see a real turning. The biggest problem that Thiel would have is convincing that group of voters in California that their best interests are not with this party, but with that party. All right. The other thing that needs to be done, and this is a subject Catherine and I have talked about for so long, the Democratic Party during the Clinton administration basically took the decision that, you know, we're just going to throw off the black population in this country and start catering to the Hispanic part of the population. And I do think that that decision was taken because it was during the Clinton administration that you see all of the rise of these private for-profit prisons. And this is how they've been managing, like it or not, it's just pure racism. This is a system designed to throw, you know, poor people, be it of any race, into prisons for the slightest little stupid stuff, and then put them to work in their prison work factories. It is an insidious regime. The only way to change this is to expose, number one, you've got to own the traditional components of Western culture. That's number one. And that's a long-term effort. In other words, it's going to require, as Catherine says, if you're, you know, if you're not involved in a conspiracy, then you need to be. You need to start one. It's going to involve a long-term, intergenerational cultural commitment to save the country. That's the reality, because it has had an intergenerational commitment on the part of the progressives. And they've been hugely successful in infiltrating academia, in uglifying the arts, literature, music, architecture, all of it. That's what I mean when I say own the culture. It is a monumental task ahead of us. Mere politics will not, I will repeat this, mere politics will not save the country, because it's too far from its cultural moorings. This applies, I think, in Great Britain. It applies across the board in Western Europe. People have to start standing up and saying no. And I've said it before, I'll say it again. You have to know who your enemies are, all right? And what they've been up to. Hope that makes sense. All right, this one is from Geiger. Here we go, folks. You'll notice I'm taking my swig of tea. Here we go, folks. Geiger is up to bat. The synchronicities that orbit about my person, of both good and bad varieties, have begun to multiply at an alarming rate. And to tell all of you the truth, it doesn't feel natural to me. On one level of my being, it feels as if everything is coming apart at the seams. But on another, it feels like some of those tears and tears, in the fabric are being sewn back up again. I'm honestly struggling to describe this feeling of general malaise, yet simmering intensity, that lurks just below the surface everywhere I look. Yep. Everyone seems to collectively be walking on eggshells, or maybe waiting for the shoe to drop. They just don't know it. Do I sound paranoid? Because I feel like I should be, but oddly enough, I'm not. Do any of you feel, see, hear, smell, or taste this bittersweet something? Am I just a complete manic mess right now? Because trust me, I am. I've only slept a grand total of about 8 hours since I awakened last Saturday at 7 p.m. Oh, dear Lord. Or is it possible that I'm intuiting some kind of discordance in the ether? Is the collider fired up and running? Are the many worlds in a state of semi-synchronized pre-collapse? A special physics run, perhaps? I'm not even going to check. I'm late enough as it is. I can't quite seem to put my finger on it, and for someone like myself, that's highly bothersome. Normally, I'm good at this kind of thing. You guys know. A little anecdote, or the slightly less crazy section. I've made a new friend. Turns out he is, or rather was, but we can't talk about that yet, a very highly placed private military contractor. So me, being my usual self, naturally started asking questions of an advanced and highly detailed nature regarding the drug trade, opium, and he took a step back, and lacuna there. He took a step back and said, "Don't think I've ever met a civilian who is aware of more classified intelligence in my life." I responded, "Well, my outlook on history and on life in general is a bit unique. Where should I start? Let's just say I don't think we were the victors of World War II." He smiles. I say, "No effing S. Joe has been right all along," unquote. He says with a chuckle, "We haven't still been chasing Nazi loot through the desert because we like the climate." By this point, my mouth was agape. I managed to close it and utter one word: gold. He smiles again. I ask, bonds? He nods. That's when he hit it out of the park. And let me tell you this, those effers make such a big deal of destroying artifacts and ruins, but they don't in reality. They sell them. That's where most of their funding comes from. I literally pick up my jaw off the ground and say, "How about the Baghdad Museum looting?" His reply, "Oh yeah, I was in town for that one, but I have to run inside. My wife says dinner is ready," unquote. By now I'm jumping up and down with excitement. "Dude, you can't leave me hanging like that." The final reply, "One of these days we'll go out into nature and have a few beers." That pretty much made my summer, eagerly awaiting his return. Signed, Geiger. No comment there, Geiger, other than, yeah, I know the mood you're describing. I think a lot of us feel that. And again, I think we're feeling it because we understand, for me, that this is a do or die moment for our culture, for our civilization. It is a do or die moment. Almost everything that you and I value in our cultural tradition is under deliberate attack. And again, I make no bones about it, this is principally coming from the political, cultural left. And please understand, it is also a cultural in addition to a political left. The ultimate design has been to change the culture and thereby establish and maintain their power. Okay, that's what's going on. I absolutely feel it. I think probably a lot of people here in the chat room in these vid chats feel it as well, Geiger, so you're not alone. All right, this one is a lengthy one. This is from K-Tower, all right? And it's a long one, so listen carefully. And I've got to take another drink. Is there a story war between those who advocate open systems versus those who impose closed systems? Folks, that right there, doff my hat, K-Tower. That is a really good way not only to put the question, but to make the observation. Is there a story war going on between those who advocate open systems versus those who impose closed systems? And I would absolutely 100% say to you, K-Tower, especially given some of the questions that we're going to have following this in the rest of the vid chat, my impression is absolutely there's a narrative war going on. And the narrative war is they want to keep people in closed systems where they feel helpless, okay, and passive and unable to do anything. I think that's what is going on across the board. I even go so far, K-Tower, to think that this whole dispute or flap about Corey Goode and his blue avians and all of that in the field of ufology is part of that agenda. Because when you're dealing with ET and unverifiable stories, you have to be utterly passive before the information. The only way to be active with it is either to accept the story or to reject it. Otherwise, you're totally passive. That's a closed system. There's no way of verifying it at all. I absolutely think this is what's going on. To continue, I just began reading the Grail Cipher, The Secrets of Arthurian History Revealed by Ralph Ellis. Here's his premise. The real Jesus was a displaced Edessan king born circa 40 AD. Isus Manu's birth in exile was charted by 3 magi recording astrological data on royal births. By the late 60s AD, Rome had gone through 4 emperors in a single year. Isus Manu led the Jews in a rebellion against Rome. Had he won, he could have become the next emperor, and perhaps a good one. Emperor Vespasian wanted the embarrassed Jewish rebellion expunged from the historical records. He exiled Isus to England and ordered the diaspora, dispersing 500,000 Jews throughout the empire. He ordered Josephus Flavius, Saul of Tarsus, St. Paul, there it is, folks, to rewrite history, make Rome look good, the Jews look bad, and minimize the rebellion. So Isus became Jesus, born in a manger in AD 0, dead by AD 33 or so, long before the rebellion began. Ellis says Josephus' stories also laid the groundwork for the Gospels and a new religion. In the Grail Cipher, Ellis says the 9 Templars digging in Jerusalem discovered a manuscript depicting the real story. Now that's new. I didn't know that before. The Templars sponsored versions of this real story by concocting the legends of King Arthur. This way they exposed the truth and avoided the Inquisition. Those who knew what really happened in AD 68 through 70 would recognize the encoded information. Simon Magus becomes Merlin. Isus becomes Arthur. The Last Supper becomes the Round Table. That's as far as I've read, but it's easy to see the 12 disciples become the main 12 knights errant who seek to make a better world. 3 magi noting Jesus' astrology at birth become Merlin, magically transforming Uther into the image of Ingraine's husband, ensuring Arthur is conceived on the astrologically perfect night. Jesus dies on the cross, but ascends and will return in the second coming. Arthur is mortally wounded and sails to Avalon, where he waits to return when the world is ready. Both are once and future kings. Unlike the rigorously selected New Testament, anyone can add to the Arthurian legends. Chrétien de Troyes, a priest who wrote Parsifal, the first significant Arthurian story. He is from the same French town, Troyes, as his contemporary Hugh de Payens. Joseph Campbell says Chrétien disappeared mid-manuscript, and hence the church executed him for writing heresy. Parsifal and Condamure declare themselves married, sanctified by their love, and don't bother with the priest-led ceremony. Interestingly, de Payens was married to Catherine de Sinclair, a name that leads us straight to the Da Vinci Code. Manly Palmer Hall says special watermarks were put on manuscripts so those in the know would recognize this story contains covert content. He says Don Quixote is an encoded story most people don't understand. But viewed as an open Templar errant knight story, the meaning is obvious. That Cervantes and Shakespeare share the same birth and death dates seems like another code. Academia says Thomas Malory of Warwick wrote Morte d'Arthur while serving 7 years in prison on a rape charge. In reality, Malory was housed in a castle with an extensive library while he wrote the second book to be printed on the Gutenberg printing press. Academia also discredits T.H. White, author of The Once and Future King, as a homosexual and a sadist. This excellent book advocates thinking for oneself, logic, rising above revenge, using might for right, and the necessity for fighting when confronted with those who would take away freedom, specifically describing the Nazis. Since Merlin lives backwards, World War II is a memory from his youth. I can't help but wonder, how does Himmler's Wavelsberg Grail Castle and his obsession with the Arthurian story fit into all of this? The Broadway musical Camelot was based on White's Once and Future King. I was 11 when JFK was assassinated and remember reading in Life magazine that Jacqueline Kennedy requested the reporter to call her husband's presidential term Camelot, after his favorite play. Given all of the above, was her request a spontaneous or was it a deliberate use of the open system Arthurian code put into play? I've taken up enough of the Vidchat's time, but suffice it to say Monty Python and the Holy Grail is one long string of hidden codes. So is the Fisher King and Spamalot. Of course, the closed system controlled narrative advocates produce stories too, but this is getting long and they are generally too tedious to recount. Think the gods of Egypt and Noah. Could these stories represent something bigger? Is mythology another aspect of when music and physics and mathematics were interrelated reflections of a unified whole? Are these open-ended Arthurian stories using drama to anthropomorphize energies and universal constants? K-Tower, you've got so much going on in there that I don't really know where to begin. All of those legends, you'll note, have certain things in common. They have deaths, they have resurrections, dying kings, dying gods, or sons of God in some cases. They've got the 12 disciples, the 12 knights, and so on. I would submit to you that the basic underlying structure, and it's part of that unified intention of symbol, and this is where it's going to get very tricky and very difficult for most people. They all have certain things in common, and most of these things are astrological in nature. The 12 servants, the 12 disciples, the 12 knights errant being the 12 signs of the zodiac, and so on. The resurrection of the once and future king. the special talisman. Now, it would be easy to dismiss all of that as being mere coincidence. When you zero in on Josephus, something that apparently, and I have not read Mr. Ellis's book, so I'm speaking out of turn here. I don't know if he's aware of this or not. But there is, in Josephus, I believe it's in the Wars of the Jews, in Josephus, there is a reference to Christ where he is referred to as the Egyptian. Okay? That is almost completely overlooked in terms of what he's saying and what it means, what the implications are. But it is a clear reference, in my opinion, to, number one, a really existing historical figure, number one. And it's a clear reference, in my opinion, again, to that figure claiming or teaching or embodying certain features of Egyptian religion. In other words, there's the old adage that the church fathers, if you were to tell this to them, it would not upset them at all, because they knew all this. This was part of the story, so to speak. It sounds revolutionary to us in modern times. It was not revolutionary back then. What Josephus, in my opinion, is suggesting is that there is some sort of relationship that is not well known, although he probably knew it and probably suspected it, between whatever it was that Christ was preaching, which, if you look at I've said it before, if you look at the New Testament Gospels, what do you see? Well, you see quite literally a claim that the Egyptian Osirian religion actually happened. Okay, you've got one gospel, namely that of John, that if you read it in contrast to the other three gospels, it's got a very hermetic feel to it, if I can use that expression. So that reference by Josephus, I think, is hugely significant. I can't comment on the rest of Ralph Ellis here, other than to say, I haven't read the book, other than to say you have to remember what I said right almost at the beginning of all these books. You have what I call the unified intention of symbol. In other words, these mythologies were deliberately constructed at multiple layers of meaning, and that they were true in all of those layers. And there's the actual academic term. There is an academic term for that multi-layeredness, if you will. And that term is paranomasia. All right. In other words, academics are very aware that these myths are very carefully structured, and they're meant to be true at a multitude of levels, from the very literal to the very allegorical and metaphorical. This is why I keep saying, folks, it's easy to sit down and write a book defending Christianity, debunking Christianity, defending Arthur, debunking Arthur, defending the rishis, in the Vedas, and debunking it. It's when you look at all of this whole and then start digging into the mountain of scholarship that deal with all of this, it's almost impossible for any one individual, and I mean this in sincerity, and I'm trying to emphasize this again, it's almost impossible for any one individual to take all of that massive data and make sense out of it. I think there is a sense to be made out of it, but we are doing ourselves a disservice if we question the veracity of any of those levels of these great big contrapuntal baroque in their complexity mythologies. That's the problem. From what I know of Ralph Ellis, he isn't questioning the historicity of these things. What he's doing is he's reinterpreting it. All right. That's at least the impression I've had from what he has written. I hope that makes sense, because I can't really comment any further without having read the book. And I hope what I've just said makes some sort of sense to you. We're going to have a lot more of these types of questions, believe me, tonight. And we're coming up to one right now. This one is from Steve H. And he says, Steve, I got to doff my hat here, because you're asking a question that allows me to talk about the problems in Eastern Orthodoxy. All right, here we go. He said, I've read online about a Russian Orthodox group called the Old Believers. Who are they, and what was behind the schism in Orthodoxy that caused this? All right. The Old Believers are a group of Orthodox Christians inside of Russia that broke with the Russian church, the official church, in the 17th century, because at that time, in the middle of the 17th century, right around the year 1666, so just, you know, put your evangelical rapture cap on and just imagine what that year means to Christian fundamentalists back then. Okay, it's, you know, the approaching end of the world. Well, the Old Believers in Russia, there was a patriarch of Moscow at that time by the name of Nikon, Nikon. And Nikon wanted to correct the service books in the Russian church and bring them into alignment with the Greek tradition. All right. Now, this may sound totally nuts, and it is nuts. In the Orthodox tradition, when you make the sign of the cross, all right, you put your three first fingers together. In other words, you're not making the sign of the cross open palm like Roman Catholics or Episcopalians. You're putting three fingers together, two down, okay? You cross yourself from the right shoulder to the left, and incidentally, there are early statements in the very early church fathers that that's how they crossed themselves, was right to left, not left to right. So you cross yourself from right to left, all right, that way. Now, the reason you're doing that is the three fingers are the Trinity, and the two fingers are the two natures of Christ, all right? The Old Believers in Russia cross themselves exactly the opposite. They use two fingers like this with three fingers down. That's how nutty this is. Now, why is this in a certain sense important? Because in Russia, or rather in Orthodoxy, the liturgy itself, the ritual itself, the Mass, if you want to call it by the Western term, the actual text and the ritual itself is what carries the church's interpretation of Scripture and doctrine, okay? So to change the ritual to the Orthodox mentality, particularly a bunch of Russian peasants, means that you're tampering with the very nature of the Catholic faith. So these Old Believers broke with the official church. And to the Russian church's discredit, they were tremendously persecuted by the state itself at the insistence of the church. This is why ultimately Peter the Great comes along and abolishes the office of the Patriarch of Moscow and sort of secularizes the church. All right. This is one of the problems of Orthodoxy, because it is traditional in the sense that it guards the ritual of the church extremely well. And therefore, it's not really able to be very flexible. And what I mean by this is if you look, for example, Steve, at the Roman Catholic Church, all right, especially during, let's say, the period from the Great Schism, in other words, when the two churches excommunicated each other back in 1054, from that period up to the outbreak of the Protestant Reformation and even beyond, the Roman Catholic Church made an effort to bring the Eastern churches back in. So you will find Roman Catholics, okay, using the Eastern ritual, all right? Think of The Shoes of the Fisherman, that old movie with Anthony Quinn, where you find one of these Roman Catholic Eastern Rite bishops suddenly elected Pope, all right? And he even dresses differently than the other bishops in their big council. The Roman Catholic Church, in other words, made an effort on the basis of its claim to be the Catholic Church to reintegrate that Eastern cultural liturgical expression back into the Roman Catholic Church. The Eastern Church made no such attempt to retain the Orthodox Western liturgies in the Eastern Church's usage. In other words, the old Gregorian Mass was just as orthodox as the liturgy of St. John Chrysostom, but the Orthodox Church didn't make any attempt to keep a Western liturgical expression of orthodoxy. And that's been its biggest problem to this day. I can guarantee you that orthodoxy would grow much faster if it recognized the need for an orthodoxized, if you will, Latin Mass, or if you're traditional Anglican, you know, an Anglican Mass under an Orthodox bishop. There have been attempts in the 20th century to do this, but they're approaching this all wrong. And again, the reason why is this fundamental problem within Eastern Orthodoxy is its Easternness. Okay, it's so ingrained into the culture, it's difficult for it to step out of that and present a Catholic face, so to speak, to the West. I hope that's making some sort of sense, Steve, because you've touched on a very, very important point there. All right, I could go on and on. There are other big problems too, the glorification of monasticism and all of this that you find in Orthodoxy. But, you know, as I've said before, it has its own unique special problems. All right. Now, your second question. My other question has to do with progressives. Do you think there is any occult eliminates? I'm not understanding the question. You're literally saying, do you think there is any occult eliminates behind the police shooting and Black Lives Matter movement? Might there be some links to practices like voodoo or other Afro-Caribbean religions? I don't know. That's an interesting question. Steve, I don't know of any evidence that suggests these shootings of Black people are tied to occult rituals. So I can't answer on the specific point, but I do strongly suspect on your general point that most of these movements of social engineering stem, and please hear me now, everybody, because I think he's raising an important point. Most of these movements of social engineering stem out of a kind of secularized reading of magical practice. So in other words, whenever I look at social engineering, I'm seeing primarily the magical aspect of it, because that's where it's coming from. Most modern people look at social engineering and they're not aware that there's something behind it that is coming straight out of occult practice, if you know what to look for. So in that sense, Steve, yeah, I do suspect that there's something hidden and occulted going on in the upper echelons of these types of movements. And again, never forget that Saul Alinsky, Rules for Radicals. This is the book that Darth Hillary read in college and liked. Never forget that his Rules for Radicals, this big textbook on social engineering and how to drive a cultural agenda and change the culture, and it's pure Frankfurt School, folks. It's pure Gramscian Marxism, all right? Never forget to whom he dedicated the book. He dedicated it to Lucifer, who he called the original rebel and radical. Well, yeah, that's, that's kind of the way the culture perceives him. And there's the problem. Because in some cases of occult practice, you don't necessarily have to believe in the symbol that you're invoking for the symbol to be effective. Let me repeat that. In some occult practice, you don't necessarily have to believe in the symbol you're invoking for the symbol to be effective. All right? That even has a sacramental doctrinal equivalent in Western sacramental theology, and that's called ex opere operato. All right? So just remember, all of this is remarkably intertwined. To continue, my other question has to do with feminism, the millennials' victim mentality, and the Harry Potter series. The question is, do you think there might be a link between young college girls and their victim mentality and magical occult thinking that they might have learned from the Potter books? I can't really answer that comfortably because I've been so long out of college that I wouldn't know whether modern college students, female college students, feel like victims. I really wouldn't know. I do think feminism, I'll spell it for you folks, hang on. There you go. I do think feminism has intentionally weaponized females by, painting patriarchal culture completely wrongly, number one. And number two, making them victims so that they then have to constantly fight against their victimhood. And in a certain sense, in the process, lose their femininity. I do think that that's true, but it's a much more complex subject than I think modern sociologists are willing to admit to. But I really can't answer because I have been so long off the college campus. I do recall that when I was in college, none of the female students that that I was in college with or took classes with behaved or acted at all like they thought they were victims of anything. It's just that just doesn't wash. One of my college girlfriends, as a matter of fact, she was very bright. She had a very sharp tongue, and she didn't put up with stupidity for 2 seconds from anybody. And she was definitely not a victim. Anyway, anyway, let me get a swig here. This one is from no username at the top here, folks. Let me look here at the end. This one's from Blake Cosmos. And this is a good one, guys. Listen carefully. and it's titled Accelerations in Gene Editing Techniques Due to CRISPR Cas9, the Inevitability of Its Weaponization, Possible Correlations with High Strangeness in Antarctica, and the Approach of Another Tower of Babel Inflection Point on the Timeline. And he begins this way, quote, spurred by a podcast on the powerful impact of and ethical implications of CRISPR and Cas9, human intervention in the genetic makeup of life, I also picked up and read the book A Crack in Creation, Gene Editing and the Unthinkable Power to Control Evolution by Jennifer Doudna, D-O-U-D-N-A. Between reading the book and then doing as much subsequent research as I could in a few short days, I found myself awash in the potential implications, as well as a full-on perp walk out into the farthest twigs of the tree of high-octane speculation. CRISPR or Cas9 represents a straightforward and cost-effective way of doing very specific gene editing on a heretofore unseen basis in practical terms. The implications of this are voluminous, but the principal ones I want to address are as follows. We have countless examples of how nearly everything in our society has been weaponized. Our food, our water, our air, our institutions, the sciences, economics, and yes, our culture itself. The examples of this are as troubling as they are voluminous. So in my thesis, I propose that the technology of gene editing as already having been weaponized, but now I see implications of an accelerated pace and a greater, still ominous potential for said weaponization. I don't think I'll get much opposition on that point from you or the community. If the powers that be and Mr. Globaloney can weaponize something, they will, and they will use it against us. Excuse me. Climbing out on the twig rather quickly, I cannot help but wonder if these breakthroughs in gene editing haven't spurred a highly significant amount of interest from and activity towards what Hannah Arendt aptly and fearfully described as acting into nature. I'm quite confident this activity would span the globe and interested parties, but as I hear the twig cracking, I find my attention drawn to the bottom of the earth and, yes, Antarctica. I am nervously wondering if there isn't a tie-in to all the high strangeness going on down there. And it being exactly the place to do the hidden kind of research people of malefic intent don't want to see the light of day. I'm going to stop and doff my hat and add to your chain of reasoning here, because I think I understand where you're going, Blake Cosmos. If you are going to indulge in radical genetic engineering and modification, then Antarctica would be one place to do it, simply because the inhospitable climate would be a kind of biocontainment zone all of itself. And I think you're onto something there, because I want you to remember something, Blake, and everybody else that's been listening to this. If you recall, when Buzz Aldrin went down to Antarctica, it was rumored, and again, I want to stress rumored, because we don't know for certain that the Twitter that appeared under his name was actually him. All right? But Buzz Aldrin did tweet something to the effect, once he left Antarctica, that what he had seen down there was pure evil. Okay? Now, there wasn't the slightest bit of a hint as to what that may have been. So it could have been anything. All right. So let me continue. For one thing, here it comes, folks. It provides a natural and inhospitable barrier to cross should anything escape. And secondly, one wonders what a menagerie of genetic materials they might have down there, both historical and even perhaps the presence of residents with cosmic green cards to furnish them with all manner of nefarious imaginings for using the technology. One of the cited personalities using the CRISPR methodology is, believe it or not, disextinction. Yes, revivification writ large. So, Dr. Farrell, what if one of the aims they have always had was in the reseeding and expansion of our forebears and genetic cousins? A prospect suddenly made much easier and quicker to accomplish. Let me stop again. Remember, Blake, what I described in a previous vidchat about the Russian cosmos. Some groups of the Russian cosmos, beginning with Fedorov, literally believe that the general resurrection was something that the church had to accomplish when the technology became available. In other words, you were to revivify and through technology resurrect your entire ancestral stream. In other words, it's kind of a human version of Jurassic Park, okay? And is that possible then to imagine them doing with CRISPR? Well, that's one technology that would make it possible. So they could revivify, as you're putting it, all of those extinct things. Let me read you something. Let me go back to the very introduction of Grid of the Gods, all right? The very first paragraph of the introduction. Listen carefully. Modern science is but a technique of the imagination to bring into reality the operations of the magical intellect and the mythologies of the ancients with consistent and predictable regularity. This implies, therefore, that the magical intellect encountered so often in ancient texts, myths, and monuments is, in fact, the product of a decayed science, but a science nonetheless. Much of modern physics may be viewed as but hermetic metaphysics with topological equations, and by a similar process of examination, much of modern genetics may be viewed as but the myths of Sumer, Babylon, and even the Mayans, given flesh by the techniques of genetic engineering, unquote. So yeah, is what you're thinking possible, potentially? My answer would have to be yes. And incidentally, the answer of the Russian cosmos would be yes. All right? Let's continue. And not only that, this means they would be able to do so in a much more rapid fashion than previously possible, which involved specific pathological bloodlines simply breeding among themselves. And that leads me to ask, is it possible there's a game changer in the mix, and hence the explosion in activity at the bottom of the world? Possibly, yes. So as to sever the twig completely and breathe out my last bit of high-octane speculation, even while falling at terminal velocity, I wonder also as to if perhaps off-world there aren't already numerous virtual islands of Dr. Moreau with all manner of monstrosities created and being made ready for whatever evil they can dream of. Finally, if this speculation of mine were even partially true, listen carefully, folks, might it not be likely that we are rapidly approaching a full and flagrant violation of the cosmic Versailles, and as yet another Tower of Babel moment on the timeline. I fear the answer to this might be forthcoming sooner rather than later. Well, recall the Old Testament story of the giants and the Nephilim, the sons of God mating with the daughters of men, leading to a, if you believe the biblical text literally, and in this instance I do, because it also squares so perfectly with those Mesopotamian texts that are saying essentially the same thing. It leads to a kind of a half-breed race, all right? It sounds like Lanz von Liebenfels. Yes, exactly. The Theologie. And in the Old Testament, this leads to, genocide against that group of creatures or people, whatever they are. But remember what is said in the New Testament. This is immediately before the flood, as in the days of Noah. Okay? So in other words, it's as if, pardon me, getting hoarse. It's as if genetic chimerical creation, pardon me, the combining of species, the creation of pigs that are growing human organs or glow-in-the-dark cats or what have you. It's the crossing of species that, on one reading of the New Testament, is the tripwire for that cosmic Versailles. Okay? I don't know how much plainer it could be. There are problems with that interpretation. And the problems are hinted at by, let's see here, who was it? Steve Heppel's reference in the chat room to Lanz von Liebenfeld's Theologie, and that whole idea that those creatures were to be denied life. Okay? So there's a lot to think about here. But is that possible? Yes. Is it possible that it may be going on in Antarctica? Yes. Do I view the creation of genetic chimeras as a good thing? No. Because ultimately that can affect the environment. This is my whole problem with the GMO thing. And by the way, I have an important blog coming up this week about a development within GMOs that ties in very directly to your questions here, Blake. So you might want to keep an eye out for the blogs this week, because this is what you're talking about is going to surface again in a very practical way. So here's my point. My whole problem with genetic engineering of this sort, where you are tampering with the fundamental genetic, so to speak, definition of a particular species of life, be it plant, animal, fish, human, what have you, is that you are tampering with a fundamental piece of the fabric of reality itself. And when you start scrambling those definitions, so to speak, you start unhinging reality from where it has been moored and the place that it's sought by natural scientific processes. That gives me great pause, because you could be creating intergenerational environmental impacts that you have no idea what the blowback on these things is going to be. This is the big problem with GMOs. Little to no intergenerational testing was done by those corporations that foisted it on the public, and now we're finding out that cancers go up, the nutritional value goes down, the cost goes up as yields per acre go down, and on it goes. Take GMOs and put it into a human context where you're doing this with the human genome itself, and then release it into the general public. There are so many problems with this, I can't even begin to enumerate them. And it's science run amok, unhinged, unbridled from any morality, because, and I'm going to say it, they're so goddamned afraid of God. That is the problem. All right. Pardon my little rant there, folks. But I really get sick of the scientists sometimes. I really do. Particularly of the Richard Dawkins variety. All right. This one from Jade. I'm not seeing the username here. I'm thinking it's Jade Simonetto. All right. Here we go. My question concerns this very pervasive meme taking over YouTube. Flat Earth. Doff my hat again on this one. Folks, you got to listen to this. This is excellent. I'm not a flat earther, but is it possible that we are not being told the truth about this realm we call Earth? I recall you mentioning a slip-up of Dr. von Braun made during an interview about the gravitational center between the Earth and the Moon, which meant the Moon would have to be of much more mass than we have been told. Could the same be true for our planet? Yes. Enough so that it might contain more continents than we are aware of? No. But there's a catch here. Could there be new continents which the elites have hidden from us? Answer again, no. But there's a catch here. Could this be the fabled paradise that the Nazis had found for their future? Or for their Führer? After all, the elites did know about the Americas long before making it public. This would also be a great explanation for you and Catherine and the Global 3.0 economic model. All resources could hypothetically be allocated to building this new empire breakaway civilization we know nothing of on a not too distant set of continents. I look forward to your high-octane speculation. Well, let me clear up the idea of lost continents that we know nothing about. In one sense, yes, there are continents that we know nothing about. We're finding more and more evidence that a lot of civilization is now under the water of the oceans, okay? So in that sense, yes. But are there continents like Europe or South America or Africa that are physical land masses on the surface of the earth that we don't know anything about? And my answer to that would be a clear no, all right? That said, there's something interesting going on here, physics-wise. I talked about this on Richard Hoagland's show last Saturday, I think it was, a week from tomorrow. Richard called me up, you know, like he often does, right before the show when he has a guest that bailed or something, and says, oh, I need you to be on. So, and we talked about this idea. The constants of physics may not be all that constant, okay? There are slight variations in the constants. And one of them appears to be the gravitational constant. And there was actually a, not inside the Earth either, there was actually a, guess what, Nazi physicist by the name of Pascual Jordan, very famous man, Nobel Prize material, had a huge impact on the development of quantum mechanics. Pascual Jordan was denied his Nobel Prize because of his ardent Nazism. All right. Now, Jordan, yes, Sheldrake does talk about the constants of physics not being so constant. All right. Which in the standard public physics model, particularly the relativistic Einsteinian component of it, the constants are viewed as constant. You know, the speed of light in Einstein's thinking is constant in all frames of reference to all observers, all right? The trouble is, every time you measure the speed of light, it varies slightly. Okay, that's a little problem. Not a big one, it's a little problem. But Jordan knew of all of this stuff, and he decided, okay, we're on the wrong track. We need a physics that is not rooted in constants being constant, but constants changing over time. And he actually proposed whole cosmologies, worked out whole cosmologies where, interestingly enough, as time continued, mass increased on celestial bodies. In other words, the Earth is not of a steady mass, it's gradually gaining mass over time. And what happens if you gradually gain mass over time? Well, things start moving apart on the surface. Same thing with the moon. The moon is gradually gaining mass over time, okay? That has, I can't begin to tell you, folks, the hugeness of the implications of that, because let's remember, according to the great Albert, when you have changes in gravity, you have changes in what? Time. Okay? Now, is that how dinosaurs grew? So I've heard that theory, but I would be extremely cautious of those promoting that theory. They're not Pascual Jordans, okay? But there was a Nazi physicist that was thinking along these lines. Incidentally, so was another Nazi physicist by the name of Christian Hilgenberg, student of Walter Gerlach, who was what? The head of the, might it ring a bell here? Okay, now, I want to talk about the other part of your question here, Jade, because this is the part of the question that really intrigues me. And I don't know whether you intended to ask it or not. I'm assuming you did, because you begin all of this with a reference to the flat earth business, all right? And here's what I think the flat earth is all about. Catherine calls this gaming someone. And what she means by it is, in order to defuse a potential threat to your narrative, what you do is you create a lot of distraction and busy work that they've got to attend to prevent you from dealing with the actual serious subjects that you don't want them talking about. So what you do is you create endless distractions that they've got to address. And that's exactly what I think flat earth is. It's a bunch of people that either have bought into a completely spurious science, or they are shills that know it's a bunch of baloney, and yet they're going out there and picking fights with people to have people try and defend the standard scientific view and waste their time. That's exactly what it's about. It's a game to waste people's time. That's what I think the Corey Good business is all about. That's what I think is behind a lot of the media attention on Russia and hacked elections and so on and so forth. It's a game to distract and waste time. Don't fall for it. I've had people that want to engage me in flat earth Yeah, if the Earth is flat, there's no torsion, you know, and all sorts of other stuff that, you know, it's just nuts. But you will have people, I remember, and the reason I'm saying that this is so important here, Jade, is if you recall when Art Bell came back for that brief period a couple years ago, he had on a flat earther and an actual scientist to debate the flat earth. And it was such a dramatic waste of time because you could tell that the scientist, you know, he's giving all the right answers that the flat earth guy simply cannot understand or comprehend. And the discussion goes nowhere, but it took a good 2 hours of Art Bell's show when they could have been discussing other things. And that's the problem. It's a clever game. And, you know, I just tell these people, fine, you believe in flat earth, good, go do your thing. You know, I'm not going to discuss it. Well, you're just afraid. No, I'm too busy. Okay. I'm too busy to argue that 2 + 2 = 5. Okay. That's just it. All right, here we go. This one is from Nuclear. He says, good morning, Joseph. I have another question to add to my previous submission concerning missing persons in parks and forests. And I seem to have got this out of order, so I might just pass this down until I get to it. So pardon, we're going to rewind the tape there, guys, and do another follow-up question from Jade. He says, one more question. Could we be watching Henry Kissinger or the faction he represents planning and meeting with Putin finally coming to fruition? If you really believe that Washington and Berlin are engaged in covert economic warfare, wouldn't the American elite's priority be to prevent the rapprochement between Berlin and Moscow by peeling Russia away from Germany? Yeah. And with Trump's recent trip to France, wouldn't this include Paris in this alliance? They will attempt to. I'll tell you why it's not going to work. Number one, Russia's economy, like it or not, is still heavily energy independent for its exports. Other than that, the Russians don't make anything that you or I want to buy, okay? Other than maybe their food, but unfortunately, they can't export it to this country because we've got sanctions on them, all right? So Russia is not going to allow a wedge to be driven between Europe and Russia on energy. They need those customers. And Europe needs the Russians' energy because it's a much more stable energy supply than is Saudi Arabia or Iran or Iraq or Syria. And I think we all know the reasons why. So France and Germany, like it or not, Washington can fume and fuss as much as they want to, but the bottom line is those countries are going to secure their energy supply with the only stable nearby exporter that they can, and that's Russia, like it or not. Now, the United States is trying through the sanctions right now to get the Europeans to buy their natural gas and petroleum from us, and that's not going to work either, because if you've been watching the political commentary coming out of Europe recently, they're saying that the United States and the United Kingdom are simply not stable allies. And that view, I think, is not going to go away anytime soon. All right. So I just don't see this happening. You go on to say, with this in mind, could the death of Rockefeller and Brzezinski not be of natural causes at all, but a result of factional warfare? After all, they represented the unipolar faction, which essentially meant keeping Russia pinned down and everyone else a vassal state. Obviously, that model has failed colossally. The death of Rockefeller and Brzezinski, I don't think was deliberate. In other words, I don't think that anybody murdered them. But I do think what their deaths portend is you had the last remaining people in positions of power and influence, other than Kissinger himself, who certainly are not for an open confrontation with Russia. Even Brzezinski, in all of his nuttiness, knew that open confrontation with Russia was just suicidal. What has happened, you'll notice, is that American policy, as these two men became older and sicker and began to disengage, American policy has become much nuttier. So in other words, the old guiding hands and their caution is no longer there. That's what scares me more than anything else. All right. Now we're going to get into some difficult questions. These are the questions of the metaphysical nature that I suggested in the pre-chat were part of, I guess you might say, the theme for tonight. And there was, there's two questions here. One was from the last Vidchat from Geiger that I saved. And I think it was because he submitted it during the Vidchat because I had not seen it in the chat room. And then we have a very similar and new submitted question from Karambit. And I want to address both of these questions together because they're asking a very important question. So Geiger said, which we didn't get to the last Vidchat, Geiger said, I had a similar question. What are some surefire ways to probe whether a person is demonically obsessed? I know these young girls did not consciously invite anyone in, and unless they did so, were tricked in the guise of wacky Western Christianity, but something is going on with my patients, and it is not natural. And Karambit put this question. Why do ultra-dimensional entities or demons invade a human body, and why would God allow this to happen? I mention this because one of my former patients, a Jesuit missionary and trained physician, conducted an exorcism of a 9-year-old girl which lasted 2 weeks. He stated that she communicated in at least 4 different languages without moving her lips, exhibited extreme strength, and conveyed information about his private life that only he could know. The young girl was finally cleansed, but even the priest wondered why such an innocent girl could be the victim of such an attack. Let me try and address both of these at once because you're both asking questions in a certain sense of detection. And Karambit, you've laid it out yourself in the way that most exorcists are familiar with and trained to recognize and deal with. All right. Extreme strength, and oftentimes this strength, Geiger mentioned something in a private communication that I did not want to read, but I can mention this one fact, that he noticed that people were taking massive amounts of drugs that are behavior altering drugs that were showing no response to the drugs. Okay, so you look for physical strength beyond the normal capability of a person of that age or size or weight. Extreme strength is a sign. Not reacting to drugs and showing no sign of reaction to drugs. The other thing that you're mentioning here is it took this priest friend of yours 2 weeks to perform the exorcism. That is true. Exorcists are trained that when they begin an exorcism, they usually have someone else there with them to continue the ritual while they get rest. All right. The third very, very deliberate clue that you are within standard exorcism practice, Karambit and Geiger. The third clue is that the demon does always attempt to attack the individual exorcist at some point using some bit of embarrassing personal information or some sinful activity that may have gone on in the person's life or whatever. That is usually part of their defense, okay? Communicating in different languages that they do not know can be a sign, but not always. But it also can be a sign, particularly as you point out, Karambit, the lips are not moving, but the words are being, so to speak, transduced through the vocal cords, all right? These are all definite signs. One very definite sign of reaction is utter hatred of the name of Christ. This is why in these exorcism rituals that is repeated over and over. So Karambit, you're spelling out the standard things that exorcists will encounter. All right. This is fairly standard fare. Always there's an attack on the faith of the person performing the exorcism, and these types of physiological effects are very common. Now, your real question is, why would God permit this to happen? That I have absolutely no answer to. I do not know. I don't know that any theologian has ever really given a very good answer for that. I'm not aware of any. It just appears to happen. But the standard thinking is that one of two things happens. The individual's will, let's put it this way, we all have a kind of subconscious will or interior castle that never surrenders our sovereignty. It's kind of like a psychological reflex, all right? But in some individuals, this appears to be rather weak and easily distracted, if I'm making any sense here. It's as if your will is like your eyes. You're looking over here with your will, and you're not paying attention to your being, as it were. And it's during that distraction that, bang, they sneak in, all right? That's one explanation. And I tend to believe that because for those of you who are spiritual and pray and have conducted any sort of spiritual exercise, there's certain times of the day that you're more vulnerable. Sleep, you certainly are. You know, the old habits of the old prayer books have people praying for protection prior to falling asleep, which I think is always a good thing to do. I try to remember to pray every night before I go to bed. It doesn't have to be for protection, but I do pray for protection quite a lot. And I think even, I remember at Oxford, a very good atheist friend of mine had his own kind of, I don't know what you'd call it, atheist prayer ritual before bed that he described to me once. So I think that's important. The other thing that can happen, according to some of these old rituals of exorcism, is an individual can deliberately surrender their will to an invading entity or even invite them in, and sometimes do so unknowingly. And that's, again, it goes back to the will. Now, in Roman Catholic thinking, there can be what's called a perfectly possessed person. In other words, an individual that simply cannot be exorcised. They're so wholly given over that you never can get rid of them. That can happen in their thinking. I'm not certain that within the Orthodox tradition that that's actually true. I don't know. I don't know enough about it. Yeah, possessions can get worse at night. Yeah. So anyway, good questions there, guys. This one is from Leo in Christchurch. He says, the latest members Vidchat was absolutely stellar. I think both the members and your good self have reached new heights. But I do have a comment. I think I have a different concept of reincarnation than most other people. For me, it is not tied into any linear time stream. So the question of who is right or wrong between the sequential lives and idea and the multiverse adherence, the answer is the familiar both and that you've mentioned many times. The difference between the two is no more than a shift in viewpoint, and ultimately that is all that a spirit or soul is, a viewpoint in this universe, and for whom the marionette player is outside of it. So can a spirit experience or be conscious of its own non-existence? Of course it can. I take it as axiomatic that all knowledge is contextual. And so in the simultaneous be and not be conundrum, one merely needs to create a context which would allow it. I would suggest that that state of no space, no time, no matter, and no energy would be just one of the possible contexts for this state. And incidentally, if I am not misunderstanding some of the teachings of Buddhism, that's pretty much what they think. But you'd have to ask somebody that is more familiar with their teachings on this. But I think, if I recall, that's very similar to what they think. What could be expected to be asked? What is the difference between such a context and no context at all? The answer would be something like a 0 point formed by two out-of-phase alpha waves annihilating each other and yet leaving their presence behind, but on a much more basic and grander level. Yeah, I don't disagree with you, Leo. I think my own thoughts, whenever I have thought about reincarnation, I have tended to view it as a non-local, and here comes the kicker, non-temporal phenomenon. In other words, most people think of reincarnation, as you say, in a linear, well, I had this life, and then I had this life, and then I had this life. Insofar as I'm willing to entertain the idea, I tend to think of it as a non-local and therefore non-temporal phenomenon. So, you know, you might be having several lives all at the same time in some context. Yeah, that's kind of the way I think of it too. There's still talk in the chat room about the exorcism thing, so I'm trying to follow that too. All right, this one is from Black Task. We are about halfway through. I told you this was going to go long tonight, folks. Black Task says, why are we here? I don't mean this question in the typical, what is the meaning of life? What does it mean sort of way. I mean, why are we here? As part of the Giza community and or as part of the extreme minority of people pursuing in good faith whatever it is we are after. Truth seems like the logical word to use for whatever it is, but that seems to fall too short, which leads me to my next question. What are we pursuing? This is a great question. Doff my hat. I know that the genesis point for many people into this life is an initiatory event or events, paranormal experiences, dreams, drug experiences, visions, epiphanies, etc. But I'm not sure it's not everyone's experience. In any case, these events only answer the how, not the why, of the calling to whatever it is we have been called to do. I get the feeling that what we're meant to do won't be accomplished in our lifetimes, and it isn't something dramatic like revolt or revolution, but rather something much more subtle. The reason I'm asking these questions at this moment is because it is an extremely lonely calling, and I am feeling the weight of that loneliness now more than ever. I have learned through experience that I cannot share most of my inner thoughts with others in my life, even my closest friends, because they simply do not understand. This doesn't make me feel superior or even as though I am living a cool secret life, but more that I have unwittingly traded an increased appreciation for the world for a multifaceted burden that I do not understand. Moreover, I do not understand why I've been called to bear said burden out of the many more capable and intelligent people out there in the world. A running joke I have with myself to add a bit of humor in absurd situations along these lines is certainly, I can't possibly be the best person for this job, unquote. Perhaps you can shed a bit of light on this. Oh, yeah, you bet I can, Black Task. I don't know that I can shed light on it, but I can empathize with it. Because when you get into ripping away the matrix and begin to approach a view of seeing things as they are, which for me is always the definition of true humility, which is to see things as they are, including yourself. Once you get to that state, you are part of a definite minority in the world. Because most people, number one, don't have the time for it, or number two, if they do have the time for it, they don't want to look at it because they know it will change the way they react in the world in every situation. Absolutely without exception, every situation. The more difficult part of it is once you see that way, what are you to do with it? You used a very good word there. What's the calling? What's your vocation? And by that, I'm using those terms in the old spiritual sense. It's not your job, but what are you called to do? And unfortunately, there's no formula to answer that. Why? Because each and every one of us are absolutely concretely unique. The only thing that we have in common is that each of us is absolutely uniquely, concretely unique. Okay? So I don't have a formula to help you there. The thing that inevitably happens when you are dealing with this, however, is that you will inevitably draw to yourself people and situations that are condign to the habits of your soul, which is why it's very important to cultivate good habits of soul, character, virtue, because if you don't, then you attract the other to yourself. Like attracts like, and light incidentally attracts light. So inevitably, though you may be lonely now, you will start inevitably having changes in your life due to the fact that you are becoming a whole, full person. Notice I didn't say a different person. but rather a whole, full person. In other words, you're becoming more yourself. Once that happens, you start attracting all sorts of weird stuff to you, be it information, other individuals, events, circumstances. It will utterly amaze you. And the other thing that is happening is you're also letting go of the implicit habit of thought that all of us have, that we're the ones in charge. Yeah, we are in terms of our own life, but we're not in charge of all of that. Okay. And frankly, I don't want the job. Okay. And I think anybody that does is a little cuckoo, but anyway, and for those of you who are atheists, you're lucky because you're not confronted with that question. So anyway, yeah, so that's all I can say is I know the feeling that you have. I've been there, I've done that. And I'm not, and that's not saying I don't have periods in my life up to this day of extreme, profound loneliness, where I feel like nobody really gets it, either it or me or what have you. That is just part of the price of this weird little spiritual exercise we're all in. All right. This one is from, oh, brace yourself, guys. Take a swig of whatever you're drinking. This one is also from Leo, and this is a really good question. Doff my hat here again, Leo. Leo asks, could you tell us what you know about the revolutions in Europe in 1848? Per the accepted doctrine that it was all natural consequence of the Enlightenment and Napoleon's demise. But I wonder whether is there any evidence of an organized power behind the scenes here? Is there any hidden hand? Great question, Leo. Doff my hat question. Leo, the narrative that they feed people in school that the revolutions of 1848 were because of the demise of Napoleon and natural consequences of the Enlightenment, the rise of the forces of nationalism, blah, blah, blah. All of that is horsepucky. Okay. The fact of the matter is, the truth of the matter is that yes, those revolutions of 1848 were by and large contrived, coordinated, deliberate by a very hidden hand. Okay? The hidden hand was probably some successor organization to the Bavarian Illuminati. There, I said it. Okay. The reason why, if you want to know the Cliff Notes version, is that when the Bavarian government, in I think it was 1788, 89, somewhere around there, when they shut down Adam Weishaupt and the Bavarian Illuminati, what they really did was they simply dispersed that organization throughout Central Europe. Okay. Weishaupt left Bavaria. He went, incidentally, to, I believe, Frankfurt am Main, and set up shop again until his death in 1830. Now, that's very significant because guess what family is based in Frankfurt at that time? It's a family living in the Jewish ghetto. That should tell you something. Most of these revolutions, beginning with the French Revolution, have elements in them of a profound connection to Freemasonry. This is as true of the American Revolution as it is of the French Revolution and as it is of the Revolution of 1848. If you want to read the history of this, Leo, get Fire in the Minds of Men by James Billington. Okay? And who's James Billington? Another fly-by-night conspiracy theorist? No. James Billington was the Librarian of Congress. And that work is one of the most scholarly works that you will ever encounter, and it's nothing but a great, big, huge conspiracy theory. Okay. Is there a good biography of Adam Weishaupt? No. There is not a good biography of him. There are certainly lots of books about the Bavarian Illuminati. Weishaupt, the truth of the matter is if you look at the doctrines of the Bavarian Illuminati, you're looking at the first expression of cultural Marxism and the first expression of communism. All right. It's very interesting that later Gramsci, a century later, will say, well, we're going to accomplish all of this by organization. And basically, that's Weishaupt's approach. So in other words, you can make, what I'm telling you, you can make direct connections between those 18th century illuminated Masonic lodges and the later emergence of Marxism as an economic doctrine and as a cultural agenda. All right. It's all there in Adam Weishaupt and the Bavarian Illuminati. And there's no doubt in my mind, you cannot read Billington and come away with any other conclusion than that these societies have been hugely successful, not only in driving a revolutionary agenda, but also in disguising and almost completely removing their role in it from public eyes. If you disbelieve me, I want to suggest that you think about something. When the French Revolution began, every major state in Europe was a monarchy, with the exception, here it comes, of the Italian city-states, Venice, Genoa, Padua. The Bavarian Illuminati had as their goal, their expressed goal, to overturn, and I'm using Weishaupt's words here, listen carefully to what he's saying and the implications, to overturn princes and priests. A century later, at the end of World War I, how many monarchies are left in Europe? Italy, Spain, Denmark, Holland, Great Britain. How many monarchies had been eliminated? Austria-Hungary, Russia, Germany. So in other words, within that 100 years, you had a tremendous change in the political culture in Europe. Tremendous change. And coincidentally with it, Adam Weishaupt tells you something else. He tells you we must win over the reviewers. Listen to what he's saying here. The reviewers, book reviewers, in other words, the culture, and the pulpit. Why? Because he knows that if he is going to ground a revolution, he has to ground it culturally. And that's Gramsci again. So yes, by all means, get a hold of Billington's book. You will be stunned I guarantee you, you will be stunned. All right. This one is from Scorpio 58, who's been waiting patiently, and I'm not even close to the end here, guys. We are getting close. All right. This one is from Scorpio 58, who says, I have a question about the awakening process of consciousness on planet Earth. According to the Vedic scriptures, the Earth has been on the dark side that they call the Kali Yuga for about 5,000 years. During that time, mankind was in darkness and not in contact with their higher self or God. An Austrian physician named Wolfgang Wiedergut, who died in 2008, explained that the Earth is moving into the photon belt and is receiving new energy from the central sun in our galaxy, which our sun is transforming so mankind can handle this new kind of energy. This energy in turn stimulates our DNA and an awakening process is emerging. Is this why we see all the lies and conspiracies coming to daylight now and mankind gets a chance to free itself from the prison that we have been in for thousands of years? Of course, the internet is helping a lot, but even though if we still would be on the dark side, the internet would not make a difference because it is a result of thought. Are we in contact with another kind of medium than before? No. I don't think you're in contact with a different medium, Scorpio, but let me put it this way. Richard Hoagland has said for years, and it's an interesting hypothesis. I don't know if I entirely accept it or not, but it's nevertheless an interesting hypothesis. He began to maintain, I think, shortly before the election of Barack Obama, and he's been kind of saying this continually since then, that whatever appears to be happening does appear to be physics related, and that the physics is somehow affecting let me put it differently, the physics and its relationship, the feedback loop between that and human intentionality and character seems to be manifesting itself in why we don't know. In other words, he's not proposing a mechanism here. He's proposing an observation. He's suggesting that what's happening is the good people are becoming better and the bad people are becoming worse. And it's becoming more and more self-evident. Okay? Now, I have to admit that even without a mechanism, you look at what's going on today, and it's like, yeah, you can see that the bad people are bad. I mean, think of the previous American election. I'm no Donald Trump fan, but you were looking at Hillary spitting out globs of green gunk into glasses of water and carrying on in this bizarre way. Yeah, I think something's going on. I don't know what exactly it is. There's some people that maintain, Scorpio, that there's some sort of energy that, yeah, is coming out of the center of the galaxy and we're crossing through it. I don't know. I don't know. The problem is, I'm with you, demonist, on this one. I don't see people waking up and exiting all of this badness because, like Eudemonist says, the balance seems to be heavier on the bad side. Yeah, it seems like we're surrounded with it. That's the problem. But yeah, more and more people are waking up. What is intriguing to me in all of this is that the bad people seem to be, honest to goodness, panicked. I can't figure out why. I have suspicions, but we'll get to those someday. Anyway, interesting question. All right, this one is from Callista. And I think Callista's in Australia. Is she in the chat room right now? Yeah, the deep state. Rosenchad just said the deep state needs a 12-step program. Oh boy, does it. Before that, they need a lot of electroshock and psychedelic drugs. But anyway, all right. This one from Callista. She says, I'm about a third of the way through Grid of the Gods, and I have a query. My question may be answered later in the book, so I apologize if it's premature. If we understand that our solar system is moving into the galactic plane and we are increasingly experiencing energies of a different frequency than previously, can it be possible that the laws of physics as we understand them currently may be significantly different as we progress from the Kali Yuga to the Satya Yuga? Well, what did I say earlier? There was a theory by Pascual Jordan that said planets, celestial bodies, and stars, incidentally, accrete mass over time. And what does that mean? Well, gravity changes, and Pace Einstein, when that happens, what else changes? Time. So is it possible from a basic nuts and bolts physics point of view? And my answer would be yeah, probably. The problem is speculation and observation are different than providing a mechanism, and so far as I can tell, nobody is providing an adequate mechanism or model for this funny feedback loop between the material or physics and consciousness. We've got people out there trying to do this. Dr. Sheldrake, Dr. Tiller, but as yet there's no one agreed upon model or mechanism, because we're really just starting to throw off this old Victorian 19th century Darwinian, it's all just matter and there's nothing else, and our thoughts and emotions are accidents of chemistry. All of that wonderful happy nonsense. We're just starting this. So observation's there, mechanism isn't there. The Kali Yuga, according to Bibu Dev Misra, and I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, quoted on Graham Hancock's website, ends in 2025. Therefore, we are in the very closing moments of this era and change is upon us. Will this alter our present laws of physics and hence render inoperable some of the devices mentioned in Grids of the Gods? I have suspected that something strange, quite honestly, and you can call me a kook and a pseudoscientist, but folks, I'll be honest, I've suspected something very strange is going on physics-wise in the world for a while. We've talked about the Mandela effect before. I'm a victim of it myself, and I don't think, a bad memory. Okay, I tend to remember things very accurately, but that's not to say that I might not be mistaken. But I've had this idea that there are subtle physics changes. So I think it's possible, Callista, but the problem here is because we don't have a model, because we don't have a worked out mechanism that anybody that deals with physics on a regular basis or that deals with consciousness on a regular basis, and those people would be philosophers and theologians and clergymen and so on and so forth, because we don't have a model or mechanism that all of these parties more or less can agree upon, we don't have a way of saying what that physics might be. I think it's going to have to come very, very slowly, and it's going to probably develop very, very carefully over time. And that's the problem. All right, now this one from Rosenshad, and then we get to one from Downunder, which is a real whopper. But anyway, here we go. Rosenshad says, do any of the church fathers comment on or cite the works of Josephus? I understand, of course, that Josephus' works fall more into the category of history, and that the church fathers were more inclined to write on scripture and related matters of faith, but are there any who take him seriously enough to cite him even tangentially for any reason? Oh yeah, sure, yeah. If my memory serves me correctly, Eusebius is one. He's mentioned in some of the early church apologists, the writers group that's called the apologists, and I'm trying to remember which one was off my was the one that did so. And it's been so long, Rose and Chad, since I've actually had to look at any of these people. My memory is very, very bad. So you're going to have to take this with a big bag of salt. But you'll have people like Anaxagoras. I think, if my memory is serving me correctly, he might have mentioned it. The other thing that you need to be aware of is that these people oftentimes will refer to a point that someone else is making, but without mentioning the work or the individual. So part of the problem when you're dealing with patristics is when you read these texts, you literally have to read all the scholarship that has been built up over the centuries. Oh yeah, what they're referring to is that guy over there and that text. So very oftentimes you'll find them referring to something that's in Josephus, or that Josephus said that got transmitted by other people and then, kind of garbled. But yeah, they do. They do. It's not all that uncommon. The big church historian Eusebius, I'm fairly certain, did at some point. It's been so long. That work would be called the Ecclesiastical History. And if my memory serves me, he did at some point. Clement of Alexandria, I believe, did as well. All right, Downunder ET. This is a short one, but it's a whopper. He says, I'm currently rereading parts of Transhumanism, and I've always thought that The Cosmic War was your best book, but now I think that Transhumanism has it over The Cosmic War by a nose. Well, that's a schnoz. And now to my question, and after you read it, I think you know where I'm going with it. In your opinion, doff my hat here on this one, folks, listen carefully. Does the Tower of Babel moment in any of its formats, would you consider it to be a unified intention of symbol? And if so, why? And the answer is, the easy part of the answer is, yeah, I do consider it to be a unified intention of symbol. The hard part of the answer is why. I think it's a unified intention of symbol, or paranomasia, for several reasons. At the surface level, you have the assertion of two things: that mankind is engaged in a project that will confer upon him godlike powers. And secondly, in order to prevent that from happening, we have to scramble his language. It's a guerrilla warfare tactic, quite literally. It's a psyop, okay? A divine psyop. Now, at a deeper level, it's a myth, all right? And a myth, if you look at the standard kind of academic understanding of what a myth is not necessarily something that did not happen, but rather something that is part of the deep fabric of history. It's almost a built-in feature of cosmology. Now, why am I emphasizing that, down under? And the reason why is that if you look at that myth in that way, and I'm using the biblical example. I could have used the Babylonian example or the Mayan example. They all kind of say the same thing. If you look at it in that way, it's telling you something fundamental about mankind. So in other words, it's true also not just in the literal sense, hey, this happened long ago, but it's part of our spiritual chemistry in that we're still engaged in building the tower because we want to be able to do whatsoever we want to do. We want to have the power of God, and we're trying to do it by a project, in other words, by technology and by common effort. Okay, we can't do this. I Joseph P. Farrell, can't do this on my own. I have to have help to do it. Okay. It's true, in other words, at a very deep spiritual level. That's the other level that these types of myths operate at. And it's also true that in spite of our efforts to unify, to have a unified worldview, we end up talking different languages. And by talking different languages, remember what else I've said about this multi-layered level that these things operate on. Because very early on, when I suggested that, you know, the Tower of Babel is a very important meme in our thinking, I suggested that we have the idea at one level that the story is about the creation of all the different languages that humans speak: Swahili, French, Latin, Russian, Japanese, and on it goes. And that's true, okay? But I also suggested that it's also the breakdown of our ability to think and speak in the different subjects. In other words, mathematics has its own language. In fact, it is a language. Physicists have their own vocabulary. Philosophers have their own vocabulary. Biologists have their own vocabulary. Theologians, their own vocabulary. Writers, their own, you know, on it goes, depending about the discipline that you're talking about. So in other words, it's a breakdown, it's a fracture of the human consciousness itself and a specialization in certain things because we die, so we have to specialize. So in other words, the Tower of Babel is operating, and this is why, again, by mentioning death, this is why I think that the Tower of Babel is intimately, deeply connected with the other meme about the fall of man. Because if you live for several thousands of years, or for that matter, are immortal, then you're going to have a very unified consciousness. You're going to be able to learn virtually every subject that mankind has ever invented or dreamt and learn it well to mastery. But when you die at 70, 80, 90 years old, you're only going to be capable of learning, you know, very few subjects to mastery. So death plays a part in the Tower of Babel, in breaking apart, in fracturing humanity. So this is why I think that, yes, the Tower of Babel is precisely one of these unified intention of symbol means, because it's operating at all of these different levels. And, you know, we're just scratching the surface. We could probably sit around here all night really parsing that story for everything it's worth and seeing even more levels to it. So a very good question there. Very good question. All right, this one is from Ailes of Freeman. I think we're getting down to the end here, folks. This one's from Ailes of Freeman. I have recently read The Memory Code by Lynn Kelly, where she argues that many, if not most, of the ancient archaeological sites, such as Stonehenge and Göbekli Tepe, are in fact memory centers for rituals involvement in the recalling, the retaining, and the passing of cultural information. She argues that they were centers where knowledge was passed on orally to initiates about the culture's history to ensure the survival and protection of the group. In other words, if I can put it in different terms, she is saying that these are actual physically built memory palaces, all right? And there's a certain reality to this, that if you look at a place like Göbekli Tepe, appears that it might be true, because what's a maze? Remember, in the 18th, 19th century, you had in Europe these big elaborate gardens with mazes in them, all right? Why the maze? Why the maze? Well, if you stop and think about it, what do you do when you walk through a maze? You eventually learn your way through. But now, imagine that as you're doing this, you're placing certain things in certain places in the maze. They're literally a physical memory palace. And I do think that that is entirely possible, at least in some of these ancient sites. Okay, I do think that. The reason why, there's another reason why, and that is, if you look at these places as being places for ritual death and rebirth, okay, which many of these places also were, then what are you doing? You are handing down a tradition. You're handing down a memory of something, all right? So I think these places are, what I'm suggesting is that they're places where the mystery school idea of initiatory death and resurrection, expansion of consciousness, understanding that you're an immortal being ultimately, and then the idea of a memory palace, I frankly think that these ideas operate together. That's what I'm getting at. All right, let me continue. Kelly refers to Indigenous Australians who use song lines through the Australian landscape to encode knowledge. This memory technology appears to be much more sophisticated than ancient peoples have been credited for. Oh, trust me, yes, absolutely, absolutely. It seems that this idea relating to the purpose of ancient sacred sites may have been lost until now, at least for Western culture, although not for older cultures such as the Indigenous Australians. Kelly also points out the oral memory traditions were lost to our culture around the time of the Renaissance. I would suggest it was maybe knowledge of these ancient technologies that was deliberately siphoned out of our culture. And I would agree with that. I'm wondering what your thoughts would be on this subject. Do you think families such as the Medicis may have deliberately undermined ancient oral knowledge, traditions, and memories associated with sacred sites for the purpose of accumulating power? What do you think of the notion that ancient sites served as memory centers and places to exchange knowledge? Do you believe some sort of initiation rites or rituals into these ancient memory technologies, for example, through elite universities, may exist to assist the few to dominate the many? I think of exceptional people, such as Giordano Bruno, who may have had access to occult knowledge and methods, such as the use of memory palaces, which seems to be equivalent to what the ancients may have been doing with their use of stone monuments and the natural landscape. Yes, I've already answered that. But do I think the Medicis or some of these people are trying to repress these techniques of memory? On the one hand, I don't know of any evidence to suggest that, other than in a very roundabout way. But I will say that it is peculiar that over time, the power elites have utterly gutted the ability of popular culture to continue its tradition. And I think tradition is an important part of memory, because memories occur in a culture. Culture is what allows you to function. Tradition is what allows you to function. By scrambling these things, they scramble your memory, your ability to participate in it from the inside, so to speak. So yeah, I do think that there may be an element of deliberateness to this. The other thing that I think is very crucial here is, if you accept the idea, Ailsa Freeman, as I do accept, that these ancient sites were physically, that you have here an architecture, an actual physical architecture of a memory palace. If that's the case, I suspect that you look at classical architecture, and by classical I'm meaning all the way from the ancient Egyptians, the ancient Greeks, the Romans, all the way up through the Romanesque and the Gothic architecture, all the way up to the late 19th century. If you look at that architecture, you see certain things that are there only for their beauty. You look at modern architecture and you're seeing a box with glass on it. I suspect that modern architecture does not function nearly as well as a physical memory palace as does the idea of some of these older architectures. In other words, I think something has been lost or deliberately taken out of those architectures that inhibits memory to a great degree. Final paragraph. I'm wondering, lastly, if you use similar methods to remember and recall such vast amounts of information, and where you learned this ability. Does it come naturally to you, or have you learned memory techniques which assist your knowledge retention and expansion? Was any training in these methods provided at Oxford? No, no formal training at Oxford. However, there is a physical reality to memory. I don't know if I stumbled on it or if it just kind of evolved in my life. However, everybody knows I kind of live in a library, all right? My books have to be on certain shelves. In other words, my books are in a certain place, just like they are in a library, so that I know exactly where I need to go to look up something. Now, over time, as a result of that, I've kind of built, without intending to do so, a memory palace in my head where I will remember a piece of information in such and such a book on that shelf, okay? And it doesn't matter how many times I move, because when I set up my shelves, I know exactly where the book is, or at least have a good idea. So over time, what's happened is I see the book in my mind, and I see the shelf it's on, and I know what piece of information is in it. I just have to find the right page. It's happened almost entirely by accident. I can't say that I sat down and decided to study memory palaces, in the 7th grade, and here I am. Nothing like that. All right, this one is from Kurt. And he says, here goes. Does the solution, here we are back at the Tower of Babel again, Does the solution to the Tower of Babel moment or the fall lie in the communion of the saints? I wish Down Under had stuck around, because memory palaces, Tower of Babel, now we get the flip side. That's why I put those three questions together. Does it lie in the communion of the saints? The communion strikes me as a rational, decidedly organic means of transcending division and of achieving reunion with the divine. And Logos, being at the heart of it, provides the ratio and sympathy which supports the participants and which enables them to support one another. Which leads me to a second question. Can transhumanism and other species of dark alchemy be viewed as a diametrically opposed solution to the same essential crisis, idem est to the fall or the Tower of Babel moment? And would that make transhumanism, in effect, the mirror opposite of the communion of the saints? Is transhumanism a form of uncommunion? Is its transcendence a form of untranscendence? And boy, I've got to doff my hat again here, Kurt, because you've hit right at the foundation of that whole multi-layered myth. Because what did I said before when we were talking about Down Under's question? Well, I said that if you look at the story, what is it that is there? Mankind is engaged in a project constructing a technology that will enable him to do whatsoever it is he takes it in his noggin to do. In other words, it's going to be a project conferring godlike power. It's a technology. It's a, if you want to look at it that way, Kurt, it's a transhumanist myth, okay? But that doesn't mean it's untrue, all right? What is key in that myth is, you'll recall something I said from the secret space program. If you look at the biblical version of it, it's almost unique in the Old Testament, because God, insofar as he really is playing any role in the story at all, and you'll notice it's a very thin role. He's at the beginning, you know, when the curtain goes up, and he's at the very end, and then in between you've got all of this other stuff, okay? So it's like he's a character, but not really, okay? But if you look at it, in terms of the rest of the Old Testament, what happens when God intervenes? Well, mankind's doing something sinful. We got to go down there, punish it, and get mankind to shape up and get back on the right track again. In that myth, the Tower of Babel, what happens? Oh, if they finish this, they'll be able to do whatsoever they imagine to do. Doesn't say it's sinful. Please note that. But they'll be able to do whatever it is they imagine to do. It's almost as if there's a threat. Okay? I think, quite frankly, that this is the key distinguishing thing about every version of that story, be it the Mayan, the biblical, is that for some reason it's a threat. And transhumanism is a threat. Why? Well, you're stressing the communion of saints. And then you go on to say, is transhumanism a form of uncommunion? Is its transcendence a form of untranscendence? Bingo. Transhumanism wants you to forget God. Let me say it again. Transhumanism wants you to forget God. Why would you need God if you can do all of this yourself? But what it's really saying is, again, reading the symbols. What's God traditionally been the symbol of in our Western civilization? Well, the grounding, so to speak, of the culture. In other words, the grounding of morality. So what I'm suggesting is that the threat was forgetfulness of God. In other words, forgetfulness of goodness, forgetfulness of compassion, forgetfulness of what makes us human. That's the key. And you're suggesting it here by saying that it is a kind of twisted opposite to all of it. And I totally agree with you here. I totally agree with you. It strikes me that transhumanists would want to rid themselves of the transcendent altogether. Precisely. It's a technology, so to speak, it's a technological gimmick to lead you by the nose. Remember those opening lines of Goethe's Faustus. What does Faust say? Well, I've learned everything there is to learn, okay, and I've led my students by the nose. He uses a German expression where you can just kind of see him sticking his finger in their nose and dragging them off with him, okay? It's a very vivid image, and that's what I think is happening here, all right? They want to rid themselves of the transcendent altogether, which they perceive as evil. Yes, they do. Why? Because it's an inhibition on whatsoever it is they want to do. Bingo. That is the most significant line in that whole biblical version of the myth. And you go read the Mayan version, and it says pretty much the same thing. Well, we got to go down there and break apart man because they can think like us, and they might do whatsoever they want to do. Okay? Meaning, do whatever evil pops into their head. Bingo. They see God, like the Gnostics did, as a sort of cosmic jailer who keeps them imprisoned in the flesh. And if they could only break free, they would get what was rightfully theirs, eternal life plugged into wall sockets. They'd better hope no clumsy janitors trip over the cords. In thinking of transhumanists, it is not difficult to think of Pride and Lucifer and brilliant sons the world over who come to loathe the very fathers who love them, for these are not just ordinary sons with an independent streak who would prefer to strike out on their own. No, they want to kill their father, to rip up every trace of him in the world, and then to take the portion of him that is in themselves and destroy that too. At the heart of transhumanism isn't an urge towards independence from the father, but an urge towards patricide, a patricide which leads inexorably to suicide. Transhumanists in this regard are like a gang of tyrannical techno-fascist Oedipus Rexes. A techno-fascist Oedipus Rex, I love it. And fittingly, there is something tragic, even pathetic about them. What is more, there is something stark and antiseptic and prosaic in their solution to the fall. By contrast, there's something life-sustaining and poetic in the solution of saintly communion, how it links and connects the participants, how it directs and each towards the sublime, and how it aims to perfect individuals as individuals into something nobler, more beautiful, and fully alive. Or, just to be blunt about it, human. Okay? Human. The communion doesn't hate the flesh, bingo, as transhumanism does. It just sees it for what it is. Temporary, necessary, and however imperfect, a thing of beauty in its own way. And in this way, communion of the saints is akin to poetry, and transhumanism a species of the dullest, most lifeless prose. This is an idea I keep coming back to, the distinction between the poetic and the prosaic in things. Increasingly, it is a kind of litmus test for me to find out which ideas are worthwhile and which are not. And transhumanism is about as prosaic as it comes. It is the ultimate expression of division, separation, and alienation. In the final analysis, it isn't a solution to the Tower of Babel moment at all. It's an unsolution. It is further, still deeper, a fall. It occurs to me that those who choose transhumanism and dark alchemical paths like it, in effect, cast a vote for Barabbas. They select death, division, and murder. Those who choose communion, in effect, cast a vote for Christ. They select fecundity, union, and life. They choose reason, love, and the true transcendence. The former is a Platonic shadow world, and the latter is a true eternal world. And increasingly, I am coming to an awareness that the incarnated Logos, which lies at the center of this communion, is in some way both an instantiation of poetry and poetry itself. Any thoughts or insights you might be willing to share on any of the above would be greatly appreciated. Many thanks, Kurt. I would absolutely agree with all that you've just said and with what you are sensing, I think, at a very deep level. You certainly reflect my own thoughts. I would also aver, however, that the artistic analog of the communion of the saints isn't poetry so much as it is music. Because in poetry, you're still speaking essentially with one voice. In music, particularly tonal music, and I'm not talking the anti-music of a Schoenberg or a Stravinsky or any of that ilk. When music is in its golden age, you have in that music a metaphor of the music of the spheres, the harmonious, rational ordering of the universe, where everything is free within that order. Music has the same presence. It has that communion of the saints because you've got individual lines of music moving with harmony with each other. So, yes, I absolutely agree with you. I would just make a plug for music as well as poetry being the metaphor that you're looking for. This one from Nuclear. I've been researching various missing persons cases and strange disappearances around the world in an attempt to do some dot connecting. There are some strange recurring themes, such as the missing found dead miles away from their shoes. But I focused on one downright bizarre aspect of many of these cases, the removal of the victim's tongue and eyes. This first caught my attention when looking into the details of the Dyatlov Pass incident. 9 hikers who died mysteriously on a cross-country skiing expedition and found in deep snow without their boots. 3 had fatal injuries, but 1 woman was found missing her tongue and eyes, according to the autopsy. And a look at the photos would suggest another man was missing his eyes as well. Many attributed this to animals feeding on the bodies, and I dismissed it as such until I ran into an account reiterated by Keith McCloskey in his book, Mountain of the Dead. The Dyatlov Pass incident. McCloskey recounts his discussion with Yuri Yakimov, a Siberian bauxite miner, who claimed to have had an encounter in 2002 with a strange light emanating from the woods around his quarry. When Yakimov looked at the beam of light, the beam would turn to face him directly. As he stared into the beam, several smaller lights would branch out horizontally from it and swarm toward him. Yakimov initially thought it was a truckload of men with flashlights coming to rob him and the mine. But when he turned away to run to his vehicle, the lights receded. Every time Yakimov stopped to look over his shoulder, the process would repeat itself until he drove away from the mine. McCloskey also mentions Valentin Rudkovsky, a local park ranger who had an identical encounter a month earlier and was forced to hide for hours behind a log until the light seemingly dissipated with a crackle and a gust of wind. After hearing these more modern accounts, I decided this might be more than just animals gnawing on the bodies, and began speculating that these were perhaps weapons or mind control experiments involving people in the woods who were usually alone. Their body parts seem to have been neatly cut out rather than being ripped or torn out, which closely paralleled cattle mutilation cases. I didn't find anything related to the tongue and eyes for a while after that until I heard about a 1966 case in Brazil involving two dead men found by a young man flying his kite. The men were recovered by police and firefighters and were found wearing formal suits underneath waterproof coats and black eye masks filled with lead. Found next to them was an empty water bottle and two wet towels. The police found a small notebook with instructions roughly translated as 1630 be at the specified location, 1830 ingest capsules after the effect protect metals await signal mask, unquote. The two men were identified as electronics technicians, a common occupation within many armed forces, which use advanced electronics and signals communications, and both were from a nearby town close to two Brazilian military bases. A waitress who served the men their bottle of water described one as appearing very nervous and incessantly checking the time on his watch. One man claimed to be a friend of the two men described to them as scientific spiritualists. I found this account, known as the lead masks case, to be quite interesting. Rather than a random encounter out in the woods, they appeared to be meeting with someone or something, but oddly seemed to have felt a need to protect themselves from it. The military experiment theory didn't square with the case, and why the lead masks? Could they have been meeting with the plasma life forms that you have speculated about? Is there a connection between this eye-popping technology and the eye of life that was spoken in the Eridu texts? Granted, that was a much larger scale, but maybe as above, so below. What's your take on this? Very simply, in my book, Genes, Giants, Monsters, and Men, I believe, and again in Babylon's Banksters, I wrote very briefly about a Soviet mind control, mind manipulation technology that was employed at Waco during that murder of the Branch Davidians by the U.S. government. And I'll say that again, murder of the Branch Davidians by the U.S. government. You can go online and find where the U.S. media is covering Waco. There was a short story that aired once, I think it was on ABC, where the FBI, I believe it was, had contacted a couple of Soviet mind control experts that had a technology that they wanted to use on the Branch Davidians at Waco. And the technology consisted of bright flashing lights. Okay? Now, it is true that at Waco, during the night, they kept shining, searchlights on the compound. And it would produce a kind of strobing effect on the inside. I do suspect that something like this is what was involved in the Dyatlov Pass incident. Yeah, and there was music. Eudemus in the chat room says, what was the music they kept blasting to them? In some cases, it was Nancy Sinatra. These boots were made for walking. Okay, if you know the words to it. Yeah, it was torture. It's interesting that you can produce a kind of hypnotic state in people through flashing lights. And, people talk all the time about the scan rate on our modern computers having a kind of hypnotic effect. So yes, it's possible. Now, I'm going to stop there because you've got an addendum to your question, which you added to this, which reads this way. I've been wondering if some of these missing people go missing as part of the larger occult satanic sacrificial rituals you and others have associated with the global human trafficking problem. Assuming that Trump really is cracking down on the pedophile networks, it would be safe to assume that the amount of sacrifices will have decreased recently. I wondered what effect, if any, that would have in our material world. Again, most of these disappearances seem to cluster around national parks, such as Yellowstone, Denali, and so on. That's quite true. With that in mind, there has been chatter concerning an uptick in seismic activity around the Yellowstone caldera. Nothing serious, but the timing interested me. While doing some unrelated research on Japanese culture, I learned of the Aokigahara forest, also known as the suicide forest, where many desperate Japanese go to end their existence. The latest figures from 2010 state 54 suicides and 247 attempts in this one area. But what interested me was the fact that the forest lies at the base of Mount Fuji, an active volcano. Do you think there could be a connection here? Maybe I'm being silly, but this whole scenario reminds me of the typical movie trope where native islanders offer human sacrifices to appease the volcano god. No, I'm not. I don't think that that's accidental at all. There's something going on with that. And there is, I seriously suspect, a serious relationship between the disappearances in parks and some ritual sacrifice. And what I mean by that, nuclear, is that I suspect that the condition of some of the bodies, not all, but some of the bodies that are found in these missing persons cases suggest ritual elements. Removing the eyes, removing the tongue, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere that is a specific practice in certain occult traditions, and it's also a specific practice in mafia executions, some mafia executions. So I think that's true. Continuing, you added one more thing that you said is for my personal consideration. I'm going to share it with the vid chat. You said a few years ago, this International Association of Cryptologic Research claimed to have received 7 gold bars that appear to be metal certificates covered in Latin cryptograms and Chinese characters. According to the author of the website, Kevin McCurley, quote, I don't have the complete story, but it seems that 7 gold bars were allegedly issued to a General Wang in Shanghai, China in 1933. These gold bars appear to represent metal certificates related to a bank deposit with a U.S. bank. The Chinese writing has been translated and discusses a transaction in in excess of $300 million. It also refers to these gold bars, which weigh a total of 1.8 kilograms. I suppose somebody in the U.S. could have been financing Chiang Kai-shek and the Kuomintang. There is a General Wang associated with that organization, Wang Jingwei, who was a close associate of Sun Yat-sen and a political rival of Kai-shek. And that's true. That general, I know who you're talking about. A disillusioned communist sympathizer and a politician who would later go on to collaborate with the Imperial Japanese in 1937. That's true. That gold, incidentally, nuclear, I have heard that same story about metal certificates of deposit in Latin and Chinese characters. There is, in my mind, definitely a connection to Chiang Kai-shek and the Kuomintang. I think this is where the beginning of those bearer bond scandals come. There's some sort of leverage that the Kuomintang government has over the United States to this day, and I suspect it's related to this. I suspect one reason that the Chinese have been, the mainland Chinese, have been griping about the Kuomintang is they know part of this story too, but they know they can't get to the bottom of it without taking over Taiwan. Okay, I think it's all related. Anyway, that's it, guys. That is the Vidchat. It's in the can. And in case I didn't say hello to anybody that was coming in to the chat room while I've been flapping my gums, I am refreshing the room now before I have my last cigarette and then decide to go eat. Naomi and Katu and James Fee, welcome to you guys. Didn't see you guys come in. Tab Key, welcome to you. Kentucky Brown. Leon, I didn't see Leon sneak in, so welcome to Leon. And Leon, I'm assuming, is somewhere between the Eastern and Western Hemisphere. You never can tell. And then Scab Tree Scabby, you're new. Interesting nickname. All right. That was a good one. That was a good one. Having my last cigarette of the night. I managed to make it through without getting a bad sinus reaction. Oh boy, that was quite a haul. Quite a haul. Just checking one last time here. Oh, by the way, apparently the Haitian that exposed the Clinton Foundation in Haiti has been found dead. Surprise, surprise. All right, Ian. Hope you enjoyed your first vid chat. The new book, Nuclear, is going very well. I'm hoping to finish the last 2 chapters this weekend. So tomorrow, I plan to wake up whenever I wake up. Depends a lot on when I get to sleep tonight. But I plan to wake up and finish the last major chapter in the book, and then Sunday finish the fluff chapter. The final chapter of the book is going to be the biggest surprise and the wackiest surprise of them all. Yeah, the Clintons, people seem to drop like flies around the Clintons. It's just, it's really unbelievable. You know, I'm serious, folks. I was in fear of my life if Hillary got elected. I really was. Maybe try a PEMF, Matt. I don't even know what a PEMF. What is PEMF? No acrostics, anagrams, please. Scab Tree Scabby says Trudeau gave $241.5 million to the Clinton Foundation. Oh, geez. Coin Toss, you're new. Where are you located, Coin Toss? And I'm not seeing any question from you in my email. I don't know where you emailed the questions to Coin Toss because I'm not seeing them. So what I would urge you to do is resend them. Use the contact button. In answer to your observation there, Kurt, yes, you're right. Santa Monica 5K is looking on set. But yeah, Coin Toss, re-email, because I did not receive any questions from you, at least not yet. So resend them. Oh boy. Resend them and put vidchat questions all in capitals, because I'm sorry, I just simply have not received any of them. There you are. The whole Loretta Lynch pedophile Clinton airplane incident was apparently a setup for the DNC creation of the Russian crap, and now the setup of Trump Jr. Well, I don't know about that. You know, even if it is, but my problem here is so what? His son talked to a Russian lawyer. The bigger problem is we've got a nest of dual citizen Ziocons in the federal government that have been tolerated by both the Democrats and the Republic thugs for decades, and it needs to stop. I mean, you want to talk about interference with elections? Think Israel here, folks. And if they're talking about election hacking or fraud, I want to know about the fraud that occurred in California, which has been carefully silenced. No, don't send them to GizaDeathStar@gmail. No. Coin toss. Listen, don't send them there. I never check Gmail. Use the contact button on the website, or that. Use that one. Do not use Gmail. I will never see it on Gmail because I don't look at Gmail at all. Free fall, no, there's no problem with or feeling groovy. There's no problem. It's just it may be your server. That's the only thing I can think. It may be your browser too. Yeah, Schumer. All of these people need to get this dual citizenship. You know, this is not the United States of Israel. Absolutely not. The contact button doesn't work for you. Well, use that link that I just posted in the chat room. That goes direct. That is my email. That's the one I use. Do not use Gmail. But yeah, if you're having trouble, fill out a support ticket and let Daniel know. Yeah, people in California I know are afraid to speak out, and that's the problem. Why are they afraid? If California, if the party that runs California and has run it for so long is genuinely democratic, why are people afraid to speak out? And that's the problem. I'm here to tell you, there's one political party that is power mad. Anyway, people in California are too brainwashed to consider what people speaking out are saying. Yeah, that too. California, I just have no use for that state. Absolutely none. I've never liked the state, and it's nuttier than it's ever been. Oh yeah, the net neutrality slowdown protest. That could very well be it, Chime. Yep. I never thought about that. You're right. You're right. But anyway, oops. Uh-oh. Hang on, folks. I just I just closed my own chat window, hit the wrong button, so I'm trying to get back in. Vidchats, there we are. Come on. My computer has also been slow today. So let's see here. There we are. Trying to get back into the chat room, guys. I didn't mean to exit that fast. And it's slow. There we are. So I'm back. Yeah, California does have some very dark forces at play. My friend Walter has covered a lot of that. But anyway, yeah, I can't imagine living there. I couldn't do it again. I've lived out there, and talk about feeling like a fish out of water. Other than my friend Scott, I just felt like these people are nuts. These people are nuts. Heard anything on the breaking story of the IMF money going to the Ukraine winding up in the Clinton Foundation? I've not heard of that story, but I wouldn't be a bit surprised. Con in California says, I spoke extremely diplomatically at lunch at a ski lodge with my daughter and family. Her husband ripped me a new one, yelled at me, called me crazy loudly in front of others. Yeah. Yeah, there's increasingly, I've noticed this, there is this religiosity, being a left-wing progressive. I don't call them liberal because they're not. They're progressives. They're socialists. They're power hungry. They're baby murderers. You can't talk to them. It's their religion. It's their religion. Nothing will change them. And that's why I think the United States is doomed as a political entity, because that philosophy is only going to make things worse. Yeah, they're zealots. Then you've got the fake opposition party that, you know, basically tinkers with something that the progressives have done, but basically leaves it in place. So we haven't had a real representation of the center or the right in this country at all that's been in power. Yeah, there is no healthy alternative. This is why culture is now, you know, if you want to preserve the culture, you've got to do it. Yeah, it's 50. I see 51 on YouTube, and I see 51 here in the chat room. Oh, mind control is hugely in play. I definitely think she's right. Mind control is hugely in play. You know, I had to get out of California and get back to the heartland of the country because the coasts are nuts. I would not, you could not pay me enough money to live in California or Oregon or Washington. Parts of Texas I would no longer live in. Chicago, the whole Northeast corridor, no way. Those people are not grounded. Carla Venezia in the chat room says, I haven't had a sane discussion with anyone in the past year in Northern California. Totally cultish. I believe it. I believe it. Totally believe it. Feeling Groovy says, in the sign of the cross, what's the difference between going left to right versus right to left? Going left to right started in the Roman Catholic Church to distinguish themselves from the right to left, which you can go back to the Apostolic, I think it's the Apostolic Constitutions, 3rd century document, if memory serves me, where it tells you how to make the sign of the cross. There's some document, that may not be the document, my memory's so bad, but there's some document from the 2nd or 3rd century that talks about how they were making the sign of the cross. But I think the Roman Catholic Church just decided to change it to, you know, be all popish about it. You know, again, I have no love lost for the institution. The papacy is not a Catholic institution. It's the very opposite of one. But the reason why it's done right to left, if a clergyman during the liturgy blesses you, the clergyman will always make the sign of the cross. In the Orthodox Church, the clergyman will hold up his fingers like that, and a Roman Catholic or Episcopalian will use an open palm. But they'll always bless you from left to right. So when you are signing yourself from right to left, you're moving in unison with the clergyman. So in other words, again, you've got to think analogically the way the ancients would have thought. They, you know, everything is calculated in that kind of analogical thinking. The sign of the cross is a blessing and it's a prayer. Quite literally, when you make the sign of the cross, what you're saying subconsciously is in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. So it's a very short little prayer as well, and it's also a way of blessing yourself and asking God's protection on yourself. Anyway, yeah, Tim H has an interesting observation there. He says he sees similarities between the sign of the cross and the Kabbalistic middle pillar. Yes, yeah. Recommended we read the Church Fathers to be totally astounded. Where do you recommend we start? Start with Ignatius of Antioch. That's easy. No matter how blue we are, you are welcome in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. No, thank you. I wouldn't live in Massachusetts. You have to understand, we Midwesterners really do view the Northeast and the left coast as really a different culture. We really do. It is a different culture. I've lived in the Northeast. I want nothing to do with it ever again. Does the early church have psychedelic origins? If you're thinking about mushrooms and all that, no. I'm sorry. There's so much harebrained nonsense about Christianity and Christian theology. It's just really, at times, overwhelming to think that anybody could buy into it. It's just it's just really weird. There's lots of weirdness in Christianity, but I got to tell you, some of what people think is even weirder. Oh dear. Santa Monica, it's elitist in its own way, as if only they have intellect and righteousness. I wouldn't know. I've never been to Santa Monica. All right, good night, Blue Nose. But anyway, oh dear. Oh, excuse me. You know what's amazing, since we're talking about the sign of the cross, it's always amazed me that the usage fell. I mean, even Lutherans at one time made the sign of the cross. Winston says, I'm from California and it's like a different country. Yes, that's precisely my feeling. When I go to the Northeast, I feel like I'm in a different country. And that, quite honestly, is my feeling in California. Quite frankly, I think this is not my country. I don't want to live here. It's just, I just don't. I'd be happy if New York and that whole thing up there in the Northeast would secede. Take Chicago with you, Houston, California. Take it all. Just go away. Leave the rest of us alone. I mean, you stop and think of it. Every nutcase politician, Elizabeth Warren, Nancy Pelosi, Dianne Feinstein, although she's not so nutcase, but they're all from these weird places. Chartreuse says, your comments about Mexican and Central Americans saving our culture is inspiring to me. They are devoted to family and especially children, and are unusually kind and devout. Yeah, I grew up in Sioux Falls, and we had neighbors from Cuba. I remember them very well. Ovidio and Maria Manalik were their names. And they were super nice people, just absolutely the salt of the earth. And, you know, I look at that as, you know, being not near so much the threat to our culture that a certain group of people from a certain area of the world practicing a certain ideology will go nameless. Mirror 13 says, we have great farms and farmers. Steve Heppel says, people in Baltimore hate Nancy Pelosi. I don't hate Nancy Pelosi. She's just a nut. she hasn't got two neurons or synapses that line up with each other. Oh, dear. She's just a kook. Leon says, I'm so glad I don't live in America anymore. 25 years was... Listen, Leon, if I knew a place where I could go that I would feel like I belong to the culture, I'd get out of this country. If I could afford it, I'd get out of this country. This country is absolutely insane. It is bonkers insane. You know, Trump ran on Make America Great Again. I'm sorry, Mr. President. Our problem is we need to be good again, not great. We need to be good. Anyway. Con in California says, in California, Mexican families strongly resist drugging their children. Good for them. Good for them. Nancy Pelosi, if I recall correctly, is formally excommunicate from the Roman Catholic Church. But I just, you know, she's just nuts. She's just wacko. How about Maxine Waters? Yeah, we've got 7 billion Kentuckians that are going to be without health insurance if Trump if the Republicans get their act together. It's going to be 7 billion people in Kentucky. Oh, geez. Zionism is a much greater existential to the threat than Islam is. Who do you think opened the... borders and finances the flood. No argument from me. I've been, I'm on this anti-dual citizenship thing. I'm so tired of hearing about the Russians and the hypocrisy of hearing about the Russians when they're they're tolerating this dual citizenship stuff. Oh, wow. Katu says, how did Pelosi get excommunicated? I've been trying to for decades. Oh, dear. Well, I don't know that the Roman Catholic Church excommunicates anybody anymore. I mean, it's just, Leon says, I'm a dual citizen, but I threw away my U.S. passport. Listen, if I had the money, like I say, if I had the money and I knew where to go and, knew that I would be able to have some decent friendships wherever I landed, I'd be out of this country. I don't see, at this point, I don't see any way of turning it around. I think it's going to get bad, bad, bad. Oh boy, what is the major difference between Jews and Zionists? That's a good question for a vid chat, Steve. That's a good question for a vid chat. Feeling Groovy says, I'm visiting the U.S. now. I'm astounded at the changes. How so, Feeling Groovy? We just lost one of our senators because he's a dual citizen and ineligible for election. Well, they should be. They should not, there should be no appointees or consultants in federal government, state government, local government that are dual citizens. Absolutely not. But, this business about Russian influence in American elections, number one, America meddles in everybody else's elections. And number two, we've got this huge Zionist lobby in this country for Israel, and they do interfere and influence. And I'm sick of hearing about the Russians, okay? Do I ever watch Brother Nathaniel? I've heard of him, but no, I don't watch that much. A long-term visa or residence permit can be an issue for Americans in many places. You often need a company to sponsor you. Yeah, I can believe it. I'm not surprised. I wouldn't want to take most of this either. Now there's a brain drain of American technicians and experts to Germany. I've never seen a country so culturally dead set on suicide like this one. Anyway, I'm going to stick around here for about 12 more minutes, guys. Then I've got to go eat. I'm going to watch some television, probably get to bed sometime tonight. I don't know when. I want to read a little bit more of Walter's new book and then get up and bat out the rest of, he nearly said it. Well, if I remember correctly, Busy Dealer, Brother Nathaniel, the monk, if I'm thinking of the monk that you're thinking of, used to be Jewish. I think he may even be from Israel and then converted to Christianity. It's interesting, my father confessor, when I used to live in Pennsylvania, was a Jewish convert. Father Yaakov was his name. He was really fun because he had come over to this country from Russia to go to the yeshiva in New York City to study to be a rabbi, and converted to Orthodoxy at the yeshiva. So just to rub the powers that be in the church the wrong way, I chose a Jewish convert for my father confessor. Oh, I'm terrible. but anyway, that's a long story, guys. I'll have to tell you about that story sometime. It involves a cross-eyed little bishop. Oh dear. I don't know. Well, I don't know if he's. It depends on what you guys mean by real monk. Um, you know, sometimes in the Orthodox Church, people just pick up and leave and go to the desert, become monks, but they're not official. Okay, but they are sort of. Uh, Mirror 13 says, anxiously awaiting your GMO blog. I don't remember what day that's on. So let me look here real fast and see what day I scheduled that for. I think it was toward the end of the week, Mirror. But, oh, come on, computer, work with me here. Let's see. Well, golly. Oh, yeah, it's scheduled for 1 week from today, so next Friday. The title is Environmental Pollution Agency Caves into IG Farben Santo Again. I guess that kind of lets you know where I stand on it. Uh, uh, banks overseas will not open accounts for U.S. citizens. They do not want the hassle with U.S. agencies. I don't blame them. You know, there is nothing. It's just nuttiness, folks. It's just nuttiness what's going on in this country. Thank you, Democratic Party, and thank you, fake opposition party, for not having any set of principles that you stand up for. It's just nuts. Unreal. Is the situation as bad as the news would have us believe? Well, I don't watch the news. Why are Russians so opposed to fundamentalism? Well, but what the Russians mean by fundamentalism is American evangelicalism. And quite frankly, I have absolutely no use for American evangelicalism either, because it's not based in Christian history. It's just a kind of a made-up thing. All right, Carla, thank you. Go have your dinner. I'm going to go have mine here pretty quick in about 5 minutes. Yeah. It scares the Russians because fundamentalism appears to be biblically based when in fact it really isn't. But you really have to understand what to look for and how to talk to them to show them how far away they really are from any traditional Christianity. The American civil religion, the stuff that you see on American television and that most Americans think of as Christianity, is so unbelievably far from anything that's remotely connected to it. It's really more Gnostic than it is Christian, if you really, really want to get down to it. But, you know, yeah, the Schofield Bible, all of that stuff. It's just, you know, it begins with the believer's baptism mentality, and it goes from there. It's just, I don't talk to them anymore. It's like talking to flat earthers. You know, I went to college with those people, and they're very nice, they're very friendly, but you cannot talk to them. Well, Jim Jones comes out of a very perverted form of it. I wouldn't even say that he was a fundamentalist. He would be disowned by most of them for good reason. No, that Pentecostals, it's all part of, yeah, they all have one thing in common. Pentecostals, charismatics, American evangelicals. Yes, Billy, I did get your questions and I did answer them. They all have one thing in common, and that's this accept Jesus and then get baptized mentality. That is essentially the one doctrine that unites them all. And it's just nuts. Can I give you a short version of a Gnostic? A Gnostic, oh boy. Yeah, you start reading, Winston said it, you start reading the early church fathers and this modern day stuff is just nutty. Yeah, that's true. I started reading the fathers in college when I realized I'm surrounded by nuts that are claiming they represent historical Christianity. Well, you know me, I had to go out and find out if they really did, and answer, no, they don't. Oh, dear. Gnosticism, when I refer to Gnosticism in terms of evangelicals, the evangelical religion is all in your head. It's all subjective. It's all a psychological religion. It has no objective grounding in ritual worship, in actual Christian history or doctrine. It's not sacramental, and I'm sorry, folks. The truth of the matter is, hierarchy and sacraments and bishops and priests have been there from the very beginning. That's just the way it is. All that Catholic stuff. But anyway, a reading list for the early church fathers. Read my tome. I don't have time for it. Yeah, wavy gravy. That's the best. That's the best description, Scab Tree, that I've read yet. That's it. Wavy gravy. All right, guys. I am going to call it a night and go eat. Probably watch some television. Listen to some. Probably listen to one of my Bachs tonight, and hit the sack and get up and start writing. So anyway. Thank you, everybody, and we'll see you in a couple of weeks. I might pop in later tonight just to see how many people are still hanging around in the chat room and talking. But anyway, I've got to go eat. So good night, everybody.